Hey everybody, good evening. Good evening. POE time. POE2 time. We're going to do some more planning tonight. We're going to figure out what we're going to play, perhaps. I don't know. I'm still undecided, man. I'm still trying to figure it out. Everything looks kind of fun. That's the beauty of a brand new game is there's so much to explore. Pretty much every class looks fun. Looks entertaining. Looks like something you want to try. And if you've set up a game that everything looks fun, that's a good game right there. So far, I've kind of narrowed it down between Titan, mana stacking, and it's gonna be Lightning Sword. Let's put it right there. Lightning Sword, L-Sword. So it's between a Titan with two-handed, dual-wielding two-hander, of course, or a mana stacking sword. Or perhaps an Infernalist. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What's the right play here? Oops. What is the right play? Also, I think you might be limited to 5 support gems nowadays. I don't think you can do 6 support gems. Based on some of the footage that I saw, it looked like you're capped at, 5. So, also there was an update to these websites. I think the number of support gems and skill gems, they're growing. They're growing, you guys. They added another one. I don't know which one they added, but there's another one. How about these ones? Okay, these are the same number. How about support gems? I'm certain they added support gems. Out of 174, they keep going up. They just keep going up. Oh, and Wheezy shared one more thing. He shared a post. I'm guessing this is Reddit. From, I guess, the people that are making POB, Path of Building. And that's the little tool in POE1 that allows you to configure your build and set it up ever more optimal. And so they said it will take a while to get a basic version of it working, as we'll need to figure out how all the new game files are structured and can then start adding all the mechanics to it. POB for POE2 will most likely be a new client, blah, blah, blah. I also believe that as POE2 is a new game, it would be detrimental to the community if we released a version of POB after only a couple of weeks into the game's life. Damn right. There's somebody really smart over there. They figured it out. Well done. Well done. We only get one chance to explore the game for the first time, and having POB too early is not something beneficial, in my humble opinion, says this person. Respect. Respect. Whoever came up with this conclusion, respect. That's the right conclusion to come to. You don't want to release Path of Building super early, and then it trivializes the game. It removes the exploration and discovery process from the game. And it's just, it circumvents a lot of the fun. And you don't want to circumvent fun. Circumventing fun, not such a good idea, I don't think. So I'm super happy they came to that conclusion. We will see when they're going to release it, but we'll see. Anyways, so today we're here to talk about Sork. So Sork, it's hard to decide which class to play. Let me check Storm Reaver again. Elemental Storm. I mean, I don't know about Elemental Storm, but strike twice. Targets can be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time. Now that's pretty crazy, okay? 50% less shock duration. So because shock is a multiplicative damage amp. So it's a damage multiplier. Having 2 of these, it can only be a good thing. Shaper of Storms, all damage hits contribute to shock chance. So Shaper of Storms is going to be useful only in certain situations when you're actually dealing a lot of non-lightning damage. Because if you're dealing pure lightning damage, you don't care about Shaper of Storms. So this to me, this is pretty crazy. This number 2 strike twice. That in itself is incredibly powerful. To have it accessible only after 2 points investment, that seems pretty crazy to me. But you know, and then what? It's also interesting to note that we don't have visibility on a lot of these skill points. So they have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. Is that the same as warrior? Let me check warrior. Oh my goodness, the usual every time bedtime, and there's yelling and screaming. We can't have a quiet bedtime. Is this 10? This is also 10. Okay, 4, 4, 4, 2. Yeah, that's 10. Okay, so there is consistency. Wait, 2, 2, 2. No, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, what the hell, POE2? What? GGG? What? You guys seeing this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This class has only 8 of the big nodes. Whereas the other classes have like 10. That is not cool. Is this going to get updated? You know what I mean? Like these are giga powerful nodes, theoretically. If Titan gets shortchanged, they only give him like 8 of them instead of 10 of them, especially if one of them is this garbage inventory slots, which gives no power. This is purely kind of ease of use, quality of life upgrade. It's not a power upgrade. It doesn't give your character any power. Okay, so now we got to count the nodes on every single class. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, so this is 9. Sorry, not 10. This is 9. Misha, don't break our dreams. Titan sucks. Chrono Mummy only. Misha. Let's check. Okay, so far we have 8 skill points. 8 of like the large nodes and then 9. How about here, Chrono Mummy? Let's check this Chrono Mummy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this one's 8 as well. Yeah, okay. Well, she has Volatile Reversal. I mean, Volatile Reversal OP. But you know what else is OP? Having more skill nodes than any other class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stormweaver has more skill nodes than any other class. This ascendancy is OP. Why would you not give the same number of skills to every class, yo? What the hell? Am I missing something? Is this part of the design philosophy? They have 10, this one. Even the Chronomancer has only 8. 8. What the crap? How about the other ones? Which? I mean, these are powerful nodes, man. If you get to choose more out of the, giga powerful nodes, that's kind of OP. Okay, let's check this one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, 8. 4 and 4, 8. 4 big nodes. Okay, Infernalist. One of my other favorite ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this one has 10. This one has 10. Oh, you know what's interesting? These 3 on the left-hand side, they all have some sort of similar theme. You see that? They all kind of look the same, and they're connected to the same origin. They aren't finished, though. I guess you're right. They have the early access excuse. Excuses, schmexcuses. Maybe it's not the time to play Warrior. Maybe we need to play Sork. Maybe we need to play Stormbringer or whatever it's called. Yeah, okay. So this one has 10 as well. Loyal Hellhound. Oh, no, that's demonic form. There's something after demonic form. You literally can play Witch Hunter slams. Better than Titan slams. Okay, well, yeah, that is a little bit weird. Witch Hunter with the Gemling. Okay, let's check Ranger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8. What am I starting with? I'm still trying to figure it out, man. How do people figure this out so easy? I keep bouncing between Titan with dual wielding two-handers, or Sork with lightning, obviously, or what's the other one? Infernalist. Infernalist is my other option. What about you? Chronomancer, VR, Volatile Reversal. Okay, how about this one? I think we're missing one on the right here. Yeah, there has to be one more here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one's 8 as well. Chrono only, huh? You didn't even consider any other classes. Honestly, Chronomancer has a lot of potential to do some cheesy stuff. Getting a free reset on your cooldowns, that has to be cheesy, right? That has to have some cheese in there. Chronomancer active block. And occult dot spells. 100% block time reversal. Why time reversal? To reset your... No, wait. That's time reversal. What does time reversal do? Okay, so that was 8. Mercenary. Okay, so this one, Gemling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this one has 8. But to be fair, these are insane, okay? This one with the max res is so broken, I'm guessing they're going to nerf this right away. There's no way this gets through. This is way, 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 way too OP. Anybody that knows how valuable max resistances are knows how broken this is. Thaumaturgical Infusion. This is way too OP. Everything else seems whatever. It's just this one is crazy OP, right? Like the other ones are not that OP, right? Quality of skill gems. I guess we have to see what that does. 100% block down versus to reset your HP if you get hit. How are you going to get hit? You have 100% block. There is like +5 max res on passive tree alone. Without ascendancies. Embody energy shield base. That's pathetic though. +1. That's nothing, right? This thing on its own can give you so much. It's crazy. Crazy. See what I'm tempted to play, and I'll show you. One sec, let me just finish this. Witch Hunter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, no, wait. This is... Wait, we got it wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8. So this is consistent. CDR, area effect. 35% increased damage with hits against enemies that are on low life. Culling Strike. Grants 20 weapon set skill points. Whoa. Grants 20 weapon set skill points. That's massive. Hey, Frido. The only reason to play Titan over Witch Hunter is if you pick 20% more life, otherwise literally no zero. Why Witch Hunter all of a sudden? Oh, you mean, okay, this one, Witch Hunter. But why Witch Hunter? What do you like about Witch Hunter? What do you like about Witch Hunter? over Titan, particularly. I guess it depends how easy is it to heavy stun enemies. I guess it won't be that useful versus bosses, man. 30% decimating strike. Cool. But decimating strike is not guaranteed to be 30%. Hits against full life enemies remove between 5% and 30% of life before the damage of the hit is applied. More damage in St. Clear. Built-in explosions looks like a great starter. That's true. Being able to clear screens of enemies. He's explosive. And they can shotgun, yeah? Can the grenades shotgun? If you have multiple projectiles, do they shotgun on grenades? Do we know? Maybe it's not known yet. Oh, his corpse explosions. 10% chance for enemies you kill to explode. 100% of their max life of fizz damage. Chance double against undead demons. Nothing to do with crossbow. You can play anything on Witch Hunter. I thought people were saying you can play anything on Gemling Legionnaire because literally nothing of these has to do with crossbows. This in particular, this is so insane. This is the best defensive node that I've seen. This is by far the best defensive node that I've seen. Nothing to do with crossbow. Yeah, Titan has stuff like 40% more damage versus heavy stunned enemies, which I guess you can run as a... You can run with grenades, I guess. There are those grenades that have 1,000% extra damage for stunning purposes kind of thing. Passive nodes that are close to the tree. Yeah. The passives helps a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Crossbow does look very versatile. Let's check the monk, the number of skills they have. Because this is not fair so far. It has not been equal. So let's see. Oh, this is a weird tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 points. 9 points. So it's 9 is not quite 10. So there are only like, I think, 2 classes that have 10 of these fancy points so far. I can't remember them. I'm gonna get raided soon. Nope, I survived the raid. How about Invoker? Invoker 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are many energy shield nodes in the skill tree. You can't see how HP builds could compete. I noticed that as well. The percentage bonuses on energy shield stuff was like 20% here, 30% there. Very, very strange. Especially, they were all concentrated on the top side of the passive tree. So it's going to make it very difficult for a lot of classes to reach those. Okay, one sec. Let me go. Let me go check out what's going on out there. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Problem solved. Okay. Yeah, the energy shields. I was thinking the same. I'm not sure. I understand. Now I understand why there was an interview with Jonathan, and he was saying that in their internal testing, Warrior was coming out a bit weak, like way weaker than a lot of the other classes. So they had to buff him a lot, especially the strength amount of HP strength gives. So I'm guessing Warrior had some major survivability problems in the late game, which makes sense. Like, there's no way to get survivability out of passive tree. How does armor function in POE2? Is armor good? Because we don't have too many defensive layers. Sork was the absolute worst. Really, Sork? Was it a damage problem? But this is what Jonathan said. Jonathan was saying in the end game, Warrior was performing really poorly and they had to buff it a lot. I saw it in an interview from Jonathan. It sounds like it was a survivability problem. Ben said Sorcerer was so bad, he actually logged off the character. What? But Sork! Sork is like the classic spellcaster. You cannot get Sork wrong. You cannot have Sork be too weak. That would be a disaster. So, okay, let me show you what I was thinking a little bit. I mean, it's not anywhere near final or anything like that. Ben has skill issues. It's true. Ben needs to work on his skills. Get good, noob. He's actually still scarred from the June playtest. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, there's gonna be some fine-tuning of the game, surely. So, Pyromantic Pact. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when it reaches max. Ben, the guy that's so good that he died in the hardest gauntlet to date and still cleared it first place. Hacks, cheater. Just a minor setback for Ben. Alrighty, so this thing, the important thing I want to note here is fire damage. So remember fire damage, right? And then strength area deep dive. So right here. So check this out. No. Commercials. Seriously, dude? We gotta watch the whole garbage? Okay. Okay, so where'd it go? Heatproofing, right? Okay. So heatproofing. 25% of armor applies to fire damage taken from hits. Wait. Does it count as a hit? Take max life and energy shield as fire damage. I don't think that counts as a hit. The way I'm reading it. What do you guys think? Is this a hit? I don't think that's a hit. When it says take, I think that's language that implies it's not a hit. It's a hit? Why do you think it's a hit? If it's not a dot, it's a hit. Just play Demon Mummy. Yeah, the Demon Mummy. That's what I want to do. I want to do Pyromantic Pact, Demon Form, Pure Glass Cannon. But check this out. So if this counts as a hit, right, then 25% of armor also applies to fire. I mean, this is not going to be like crazy value because I don't think we can scale too much armor with the witch that we're planning. But this one here, Unnatural Resilience. This is the stuff. 2% of max fire res for each 40% uncapped fire res. This is what you want as a demon mummy. This is what you want. Because you're going to be taking all this fire damage. So why not just spam fire res and make yourself immune to it, right? So this downside can be majorly mitigated. Great anoint, exactly. Yeah, we can anoint it, the perfect anoint. Yeah, you're right. I was starting to think, how can we path all that way? But you're right, we don't need to path all that way. We can just anoint it. Yeah, that's a good point. This is going to be the anoint for that class. Look at POE General on Discord. You posted a link shared on Reddit. Passive Scripture Preview website. Not complete, but it's useful. All nodes that are known yet. Okay, let me check it. So, oh my goodness. Okay. Why not path there? Both warrior and druid paths of the tree will have multiple fire casters, clusters. You don't see why you wouldn't go there. Well, let's check it out. So presumably, if we're playing fire, or what is it called? Pyromancer, right? No, Infernalist. God damn it. Infernalist with Pyromantic Pact. This is our starting point. We start over here. Bunch of max mana, bunch of energy shield. Forget that nonsense. Wow, there's no, it's really not much known. None of these look amazing. Cast speed, chaos res. How does this work? Wow, these are awful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 investment. Move speed, armor, energy shield. Okay, I guess. And they're not connected. Share the link. Okay. %20 increased effective auras. We're not going to be doing too many auras. Thank you to Frido for sharing the link. 10% increase global defenses. Stun threshold. Chance to block mana gained on block. None of these look amazing. Where's the fire damage one? Most nodes are significantly muted from POE1. They're taking a much more reserved approach, which I think I like that, Moose Cat. What do you think? I think I like it because otherwise the damage numbers and the game itself gets very difficult to manage. It gets so bloated from damage number perspective late game. All max LRS. This is a pretty nice one. I think this is the fire damage nodes, I think. Wait, we don't have to go fire damage. We don't have to we don't have to deal fire damage. We just have to defend against fire damage. A lot of downscaling, such as no more double conversions in POE2. That makes sense. That's probably a good thing. So this is the cold damage bundle. This is the fire damage bundle. This is the lightning damage bundle. %35% chance for trigger skills to refund half of energy spent. 35%? Half of energy? What? Oh my god. If you would gain a charge, allies in your presence gain that charge instead. Ice Crystal Life. Converts all energy shield to mana. Now this could be interesting with that class as well, with the Infernalist, because the higher your mana pool, the less frequently you're going to trigger this thing. However, how are you going to go survive? You know, how are you going to survive? Which one is removed? All energy shield to mana is removed? It won't be like that? How do you know? How do you know? What kind of hacks do you have? Oh, this is amazing. Psychic Fragmentation. This is going to be a must-have pretty much on every build. Every build that uses projectiles is going to be using Psychic Fragmentation. I mean, spell projectiles, obviously. Because this is expected value, like half a projectile is expected value. That's just too good to pass up on. Devs leaked that it was changed. Okay, good. Good. I love it. Anything can change on this tree. So it doesn't matter how much planning you do. Anything can change. No Ghost Reaver. Which one is Ghost Reaver? It's brutal, but makes absolute sense. It'd be cool if Ghost Reaver got turned into an Ascendancy skill. Which one is Ghost Reaver? Warcry speed. Warcry skills have 30% increased area of effect. This would be amazing for the Warcry class. POE2, POE Keystone. Who needs Ghost Reaver if you can turn down recovery start time to 2 seconds? 2 seconds doesn't sound like a low number, dude. That's still a long time to wait, no? Leech energy shield instead of life and doubled energy. Oh, okay. CDR for Warcries. Increased damage for each time you've Warcry. Ooh! 8% increased damage for each time you've Warcried recently. Looks like just like PoE. Don't be scared, Twerk. You can do it. Join. Join the dark side. Come on, brah. I like this. 8% increased damage for each time you've Warcried recently. That's literally made for the Warcry class. If you're playing Warcry class and you're not running this, what are you even doing? The only thing I hope is there a way to automate the Warcries every millisecond? Just spam them every millisecond. Wait, if you're Warcrying, can you attack and Warcry at the same time? Please tell me you can. Can you attack with your mace and Warcry at the same time? Never again. PoE2 will be way more than last epoch. Way more like last epoch than PoE1. Listen to Misha. Listen to Misha. Blocky block stuff. Increased resistance to armor also apply to energy shield recharge rate. %100% increased defenses from equipped shield. Now that, if you're running a shield, this is going to be a great node to pick up. You can automate in PoE1, but you don't know if they bring back auto exert. You can probably just do a trigger, and you don't remember if one of the warrior trees has infinite power Warcry. What is infinite power Warcry? What does that mean? Flails. Why would somebody show the flails, man? We can't even play flails yet. The flails, I think flails aren't even in the game, are they? Warcry is not a spell, so many triggers won't work. Oh. But if you just spam Warcry, if you're just spamming your finger on Warcry because they have 0 cooldown, right? If you're running the class with 0 cooldown Warcry, can you attack at the same time as your Warcries? A Warcry is a spell. So does that mean you cannot attack at that time? Because in Diablo 2, you could Warcry and attack. Can't do both of them. Oh, damn it, dude. Why would they? It's like, one, you're using your mouth to Warcry. You're not using your hands. It has a cast. And what the hell? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. You're using your mouth to work, right? You don't need your hands. You don't need your hands or anything like that. You can smack enemies with your mace. Come on, man. Oof. 20%. Okay, we saw that one. None of these look very exciting, to be honest. Like this part of the skill tree looks pretty lame. 30% increase damage with hits against it. Like 30% is okay, I guess. Still right. Defend with 120% of armor against projectile attacks. Unless you make it instant. Oh, there's an instant to make it. Sorry, there's a note to make it. I guess increased Warcry speed, is that casting speed? Is that what that means? Increased Warcry speed? Is that what that means? Don't make me twerk. Twerk. Come on, bro. Buy your early access already. What are you even doing? Okay, that's the cast speed. Okay. I've seen quite a few of these Warcry speed and stuff. I don't know where they went, but I've seen a bunch of them. +1 to all max elemental res. That's a must-have for any warrior starting over here, I think. Am I EU or NA? NA. I am blessed by being in the right time zone for POE2 release. We're going to be doing, I don't know, a 16-hour stream. How's that sound? 16-hour stream sounds about right. Pog, indeed. It's not a full passive tree. Somebody gave a link. Rido shared the link with us. And it has like a few things here and there. It doesn't have everything. I like stuff that has increased stun build-up, to be honest. So that's kind of a playstyle that I might enjoy, is increasing stun build-up. +15 strength. Although it's a lot of points to get there. Man, I wish they would show us like the stuff near our skill tree. Near the beginning of it. Why would you show us the other guy, the crossbow guy? This is the crossbow beginning. So let's say I wanted to do break armor stuff, okay? We would pick up 25% increased armor. And then we would pick up these ones here. 60% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. This one's another 20. This one's another 20. So between these three, that's 100% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. Now that's legit. That is legit. 100% increased armor break duration. I assume that break duration is like 4 seconds. So this would make it like 8 seconds. There was another one. Oh, I like this over. Wow. Even though it's a 5% reduced attack speed. There was another one with armor break stuff. Duration somewhere here. I can't remember where it went though. Oh, you can search. Oh, thank you. Break. Break 30% increased armor on enemies afflicted or affected by ailment. I don't know about that. Breaking blows. Okay, let's just type it out. Armor break. Right here. Yeah, this one. Crushing Judgment. 25% increased armor break duration. So yeah, there you go. These two nodes together, 125%. So if it starts from 4 seconds, it goes to 9 seconds between these two. And I think this little one also had a little bit of duration, if I remember correctly, but they don't have little nodes in here for some reason. Even though it's known, like we had view on it in one of the YouTube videos. Break 50% of armor on heavy. Nah, that's lame. That's it. There's really not that much for armor breaking, at least from the ones that we can see. Bulwark. How about stun buildup? So this one, 20% increase stun buildup and 40% increase damage with 200 weapons. That's nice. That is nice. %30 increase stun buildup. 15% increased area of effect if you have stun. Here's the maces tree side. Guard flasks applied to you at 40% increase. What's a guard flask? There's not a lot of chaos nodes either that's available. Yeah, maybe they haven't released the poison class or something. Chance to gain onslaught. 20% more damage. 20% more damage multi, but it's against. Why would you build such like heavy conditions, man? Heavy stunning enemies. I guess the gameplay is gonna revolve around getting a heavy stun and then dumping your damage with like that one big damage skill. What's it called? Hammer of the Gods? That one. 80% increase stun and block recovery. Oh, this is great. 15% increase melee damage, 15% increase stun buildup and with melee damage, and 15 strength. Like this, if only it didn't take 4 points to get to. Although both of these are pretty solid. Maybe it's a good investment to somehow find your way all the way over here. Yeah, I think these would be very good for warrior, these two nodes. Huge damage bonuses and +2 melee strike range. How about... Well, let me just check. Is there anything else on stun? Nope. Stun threshold. They're trying to give the poor Sork some stun threshold. Max energy shield and stun threshold everywhere. Alright, so how about if we go cooldown? How many cooldown recovery nodes are there? So this one is 10% increase CDR. And 10% area of effect. This is a nice one. I like this one. So that's grenade cooldowns. Another 12% increased cooldown recovery. Another 10%. Okay, all right. It's not bad. Another 10%. This is a Warcry cooldown. Warcry cooldown. Okay, so that's not bad. There's like about 40% cooldown between these four nodes that we know of. Hey, that you lost. Welcome. We're just looking at this passive skill tree. A combination of all the leaks so far. These are all the leaks that have been released so far. 1% attack speed per 250 rate. So this is gonna be interesting. And if you search accuracy, there's a node that gets strength to give you accuracy. Gain accuracy rating equal to your strength right here. And they're kind of close together too. Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. It's this one here. They're still relatively close. This is elemental stuff. Dex stacking gives, yeah, if you can strength and dex stack both, attacks gain increased accuracy rating equal to their crit chance. So here's another one. If you're playing high crit, which is going to be difficult with maces, by the way. Giant Slayer. Dex is bad. You're really surprised to move all the stacking stuff on the passive? That's a good point. It trivializes some of the choices in a way. But yeah, strength giving you accuracy plus accuracy giving you attack speed. That's gotta be nice. Oh my god, dude, the critical hit chance bonuses are so pathetic. How are you supposed to get max crit in this game? You're not going to be anywhere near max crit from this passive skill tree. So unless items give you like 200% crit, I don't know how it's going to... I think it's impossible. I think you're going to be maxing out at like 20% crit chance. Stack power charges. I think you're memeing, right? Because power charges don't give you stuff anymore. They don't give you anything. Is there anything that guarantees crit? Hide unidentified. Pretty sure crit would be on those unrevealed medium nodes. Can consume a freeze from support. Supported skills consume enemy freeze to guarantee a critical hit. Nice. So here's the play then. You freeze and you Giga Stun an enemy. And then Hammer of the Gods with Biting Frost. Other ways to boost crit, such as Burrito, critical weakness. But you would think the intention is not to just give you straightforward way to cap crit with minimal effort. It looks like with maces, for example, it's going to be near impossible to cap crit. At least that's the sense that I'm getting. glaciation. Yeah, this looks interesting, Biting Frost, because if crit maxing is going to be so tricky. Inevitable Crit got Giga nerfed. Did you see? Inevitable Crit. It used to be 50 and 200%. Now it's 25 and 100%. It got halved. It got halved. You think most cold skills have higher crit and specific item bases have large amount of base crit? Yeah. In POE1, there's not many keystones, big nodes that give crit. Yeah, makes sense. 200%. It's hard to say if 200% is a lot. But given the passive node bonuses, like these piddly little 15% and 20%, I mean, like, look, there's a freaking keystone. No, not keystone. Notable. There's a freaking notable that gives you 20% melee crit. It's not even all melee crit. It's just melee. Sorry, it's not even crit chance for everything. It's only for melee. We don't have a full tree frozen. Yo, by the way, this is just a tree with every leaked info so far. And it doesn't even have the small nodes. It only has like the notables and the keystones that have been leaked so far. Because there's just so many that have not been leaked. Like, look at these. Everything that is red is not available. It has not been revealed yet. So we have like 15% of a tree, maybe 20% of a tree, let's say. We have a little bit of a tree. Little tiny bits. Cool tree though. Look at the spear. You think melee blood mage? Why do you even want to do melee blood mage? What does it give? Crit damage? Is that why? Energy shield from body armor has extra life. While stacking life. So you think you can be tanky and get your crit damage. But how are you going to get max crit though? How are you going to get your max crit? I find maxing crit in this game to be surprisingly difficult. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Freeze Giga Hammer. That's the play. That's what I was thinking as well. We go Biting Frost. So get the enemy frozen. Get the enemy frozen first. And then Giga Hammer. And obviously Giga Hammer has to have Biting Frost plus extra critical damage. Where is it? No. This one. 100% increased critical damage bonus. Can you freeze a boss? Yes, you can freeze a boss. They have their little freeze meters. I kind of think that this is going to be the play, man. Because from everything I've seen, critical damage scales incredibly well. Like, it's stupid high numbers. So critical damage, gem, and then Biting Frost. You might need to rely on somebody else to freeze the enemies though. Yeah, critical damage, Biting Frost. Forget inevitable critical. Biting Frost and crit damage, that's the play. You're curious if Biting Frost works with multiple hit spells. Yeah, it's a good question. Oh, consume enemy. Yeah. It's a good question. Big hit for Singo, yeah. Save your Giga Slam. Hammer of the Gods. Yeah, so if you go Biting Frost, HP stacking Blood Mage with the critical damage nuttiness. I just don't understand this language. Increase critical damage bonus. Is that multiplicative with... Is that going to be multiplicative with this one? Is this a 2xer or what is this? Because you're thinking of torturing yourself with Chaotic Freeze, then Hex Blasting with Biting Frost. Base crit damage is 100. This adds to that number. Okay, if it's just additive, then it might not be the best. But still, there are multiplicative ones as well. I think there's a way to multiply this stuff as well. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch. This guy had a thing on critical damage. Critical. Yeah, here. Okay, this guy explained it in here. Watch. This guy explained it. We're gonna watch.
Exile to mechanics strikes, and the damage they deal is changing massively between POE1 and POE2 as well. As I mentioned before, critical strike multiplier won't exist in POE2. Instead, two new stats will exist to scale the extra damage you deal from critical strikes. Firstly, the more common modifiers will be multipliers to critical damage bonus.
Okay.
These will mostly be comprised of increases or reductions.
So here you go. X% increase, reduce critical damage bonus. X% more or less critical. So this more or less, that's multiplicative. And then there's plus minus X% to critical damage bonus. So you gotta be very careful with the language they're using.
To critical damage bonus, and rarely they'll exist as more or less multipliers to critical damage bonus. Secondly, less common modifiers will exist as additions to critical damage bonus. These will function exactly as critical strike multiplier does in POE1, adding their bonus directly to create a total critical damage bonus stat which is then scaled by any relevant multipliers. Let's take a look at some examples to tie this together. These gloves have a modifier which provides 22% increased critical damage bonus.
Okay.
Then we have this flail, which has a modifier for plus 41%
Plus
to critical
41.
damage bonus. Lastly, we have the Pain Attunement Keystone, which, in POE2, grants 30% less critical damage bonus when on full life, and 30% more critical damage bonus when on low life. Let's say a character has the gloves and flail equipped and has the Pain Attunement Keystone allocated on passive skill tree. The character is also on low life for the purposes of Pain Attunement. If the character has no other modifiers to critical damage bonus, they'd have the 100% default critical damage
Increase. So yeah. So plus, the plus is additive to the 100, to the base of 100. Increase is multiplicative to the result of that. It's not double, it's 50% more with no other stats. Correct. Now the question is, if you have multiple increased, I guess they will make this number scale up. It's not going to be multiplicative on top of each other. The only multiplicative on top of each other are these ones over here.
100% default critical damage bonus, and this is where the additional critical damage bonus is applied from the flail, for a total 141% critical damage bonus.
Yeah.
Then, this number is multiplied by the increase and the more multiplier, for a final total 223% critical damage bonus. This character's critical strikes would deal a total 323% of base damage. That's 100% from the base hit, and 223% critical damage bonus. Okay, so what about critical strike chance?
Okay. So what that means is this gore spike bonus plus this bonus from critical damage. They both have the same language, 100% increased critical damage, increased critical damage. They're additive to each other. So they're gonna dilute each other a little bit, but it's still gonna be a lot of damage though. I think you're just really going to want to have plus increased crit damage. Like plus to the adding to the base so that you can multiply it with this stuff. I still think it's going to be legit. It's just you're going to have to be careful because they're additive. Anyways, how easy is it to freeze bosses? Is it reliable, freezing bosses? Is there a boss that is freeze immune? How's theory crafting going? Going crit slam? Considering going crit slam. I cannot decide yet. I have not decided yet. I don't know, man. The Pyromantic Pact looks so much fun. Take max life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. And then if we combo that up with this one, Unnatural Resilience, max fire res for each 40% uncapped fire. If we just anoint this together with Pyromantic Pact, I think you can get your fire res. It's max 90%, right? Infernalist looks too fun to pass up. Exactly, right? Demon form? Demon form, anybody? Glass cannon form? Oh, easy thinking Ignite Slam? That sounds legit. Ignite amount is based on the size of... Yes, Frozen. You are correct. Ignite is now a function of the hit damage. Unlike last epoch, where Ignite is a flat value that gets scaled, here it's a function of the hit. Oops. So Infernalist, Pyromantic Pact. While not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and your minions contributes to Ignite chance and magnitude. What is magnitude? Ignite magnitude? Is that like Ignite effect? Hellhound, 20% from hits. Hellhound for the 20% DR. Where is the Infernal Hound? Where is my puppy? Is this my puppy over here? Yeah, from hits. Yeah, just hits. Yeah. POE1 Guardian. Is it gonna be that tanky though? POE1 Guardian, it was immortal, that beast. I was thinking the same. What are these connecting to one thing? They must be correlated in some way. Maybe it's like lightning, fire, cold damage or something. Maybe it's like a damage type. Just resummons if it dies. I don't know. Probably. It's probably one of those spirit things that resummons. Here's a PoE question for me. Bro, welcome man. You know how only one character can wear each cosmetic? Can you wear the cosmetic on a character in PoE and PoE2? Huh! Probably? Why not? I didn't even know that only one character can wear each cosmetic. Didn't even know that. Either Ignite, as Titan, or Chronomancer is the play for now. But you're thinking about doing a mind over matter, Archmage Elemental Source. Yeah, same here. Increased shock effect looks just crazy broken. Crazy good. And it's one of the more obvious setups. So, looks legit. The other minions are on a timer that resets when a minion dies. That's good. Yeah, but when it's dead, losing that 20% DR. You think they only resummon when you're out of combat? I don't know. Yeah, timer makes more sense. Not in combat, that doesn't make as much sense. So Bringer of Flame, not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and your minions contributes to Ignite chance and magnitude. Does anybody know what this magnitude is? Shock effect seems good, yep. There's a lot of stuff that boosts it, yep. Yup. I'll show you the shock effect or the mana stuff. Sorry, the Mana stacking stuff, yeah. One sec. The lightning damage one was right here somewhere. This one. 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. So if you have, well, I guess if you have 500 intelligence, which should be doable in the end game. Okay, it's not that crazy. It's nice. It's not that crazy. But there's also other int stacking benefits. Like int already gives you a bunch of things. %15 more lightning damage, excuse me. Oh, it's more maximum lightning damage. Huh. Is there something that makes things lucky? Damage with hits is lucky against heavy stunned enemies. So if you can wombo combo maximum lightning damage and damage with hits is lucky. This is the only thing that has lucky so far. They've glossed over magnitude as far as you know. You wonder if it's a way for smaller hits to increase ignite damage? Maybe? I don't know. The fire res one is this one, right? This one. 2% to max fire res for each 40 uncapped fire res. Double shock ascendancy with that more max seems insane. Yep, the shock ascendancy seems crazy to me too. Seems extremely powerful. POE2 wiki. POE2 magnitude. Oh, okay. A POE dev on Discord said Ignite Magnitude is the new name for Ignite Effect. But it just hasn't been renamed everywhere yet. Okay, so it's Ignite Effect. So it's basically just a multiplier. So it's just a multiplier. So how does that read? I don't understand. All damage from you and your minions contributes to ignite chance and magnitude. How could it be contributing to magnitude? How does that work? How does that work? The mage meta does seem real. But remember, I think our best bet, Frozen and Wheezy, we should probably as a party diversify just in case something ends up to suck. You know what I mean? Like if we all go, 4 of us, mage, and it turns out that mage sucks, you know, it's a little bit risky. It's a little bit risky. Defenses are highly suspect. Check. Yeah, I agree with that. At least in the early game. At least in the early game. I think late game, you're probably going to be fine because of all the % energy shield bonuses. If you go similar stuff, we can share tech. No, I think, yeah. If we can split it 2 and 2 maybe, or 2-1-1, some similarities I think makes sense. But for everybody to go into the same class, that's way too risky, man. For 4 people, I think 2 people going into the same class, that's fine, right? Just not everybody. 8 200 weapons, no. Nice. Oh my god. Filthy. Giant's blood right here. Titan's probably the equivalent of playing a Juggernaut right now. I don't know what that means, bro. I have no reference point. I have never played a Juggernaut. Explained it. Explained it to me. Dumb it down for me. Does Titan have tank stuff? It has 20% life. That's it. I mean, it has a little bit more than that, but so it has 20% more max life, multiplicative, right? It has armor from equipped body armor is doubled. I don't know if that's good or not, but that's it. Brotato is free on Epic. Hey, that's not bad. Isn't that like a bullet hell? Sounds like Juggernaut. Yeah, let me get on let me get my Brotato, right? Epic Games Launcher. Everybody go get your Brotato. Oh look, Path of Exile 2 is on Epic Games as well. Brotato. There it is, free now. Get. Loading my order. Place order. Here we go. All right. Brotato has been acquired. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Sleepless going Merc. The League Ascendancy seems so generically. Yeah. Both of them seem incredibly generically solid, dude. I think Gemling looks incredibly powerful defensively. I think Gemling looks the best defensively. Like, getting max res is insanely good. This max res stuff, insanely good, dude. This max res, and it's, okay, it requires 4-point investment, but still, this is Giga Broken OP. I need a reference point. Like, can somebody explain to me what is 3 additional skill slots? How many skill slots do I get by default? So hard to start. It depends what these ones on the left give you. Because, yeah, this is garbage at the beginning. You're never going to want to put this point in. Unless this point gives you something good. But yeah, this is absolute trash. 3 additional skill slots. Garbage at the beginning. Early game, it's trash. This is good. Even early game. This is good all around. But even better late game, I think. So it's just a matter of how good are these ones over here for early game. Quality is still also unknown. How it change in POE2 since quality is only for skill gems now. Yep. And GCPs apparently are only end game. Taking a bunch of power cards in Act 1, Slay the Spire. Just take the big damage and block cards. Oh, so 8 default? 8 skills by default. Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. 9 default plus 1 auto attack. Misha, Duang, which one is it? Is it 9 or is it 8? And so, okay, so let's just say 9 or I guess it doesn't matter. 9 or 8, it doesn't matter. It's either 11 or 12. Well, you cannot put support gems on the auto attack, can you? I assume you cannot put support gems on the auto attack. You can. Okay. Okay. I think it's 5 supports, no? I think max support gems is 5 now, isn't it? Bro is determined to go Contagion Bloods, which I don't even know if that's good. I think, bro, if you're trying to meme me, you are not successful because I don't know what Contagion Blood does. Is it a meme? 5, but you need to find the currency. Five max, 1 of each. What does 1 of each mean? Like 1 of each color? And what do you mean you need to find the currency? Does it cost gold to add extra support gems? Everything is good? Yeah, bro. I like the thought process. Can only. Oh yes, yes. Only. Yeah. I see what you mean. One of each. Yeah, one of each. However, for purposes of filling this up, you can easily max that out because there are 174 support gems. I think you should be able to max this out. Could you even fit 50 different supports without just dropping troll ones? I mean, that's fine. You can drop troll ones. If you just care about getting your max resistances, it doesn't matter if it's a troll one or not. You don't care. You just want your max res. Need MT. Need. So let's say you have 10 skills, and then you'd have plus 3 additional skill slots. 13 times 5, okay? 13 times 5. That's how many support gems we get. So we get 65 support gems divided by 3 if this stays as it is. That is 20% max res, dude. That is so giga broken. 22% max res. 21, let's say. Let's say 21% max res. That is 7% max res for each, to all, let's say, if you split it evenly. That is so broken. 7 to all elemental res max. Insane. Sleepless. 900 attribute requirements plus 5 for each. Wait. I thought the attribute requirement gets added to the skill gem. So let's say you support arc. It just adds it to this value, to the arc value. It's not like 65 gems that get added on top of something else. It's 5 support gems getting added to the skill that they're supporting, to the requirements of that skill, no? How does it work? It's a global requirement. What do you mean it's a global requirement? That's a lot of uncut support gems you have to find. Yeah, I mean, in late game, it's not going to be a problem. Right? 65 of these support gems. If you can find 5 or 10 early game, by the end game, you'll be swimming in these, right? Is support not an item you interact with anymore? It's not a gem that you level up anymore. That's something that I know. But it is an item that drops, I think. You need 5 decks times the number of green gems on your character. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize that. So I guess early game, that's not a problem, but at some point, if you're using a lot of different gem types, it's going to become a problem. Yeah, definitely a problem. Just take a 4th adaptive attribute requirements of gems can be satisfied by your highest attribute. Right. Stat strength. Bait to start and really strong late. Yeah, I agree. This is going to carry you late game so much. This is like the best survivability point you can ever get. Like I said, it's like 20% to max all res. Combo it up. Maximum. Combo it up with this one. All max res. There's not very many all max res so far that we know of. One here, nothing else. You cannot change ascendancy. Yeah, I knew that part. Yeah, yeah. Worth doing with Blight Anoint. It is now Delirium Anoint, by the way. Did you know that, Frozen? Anoints are now in Delirium League. Misha. Mission next level gaming. Yeah, Delirium. Delirium has all the annoying stuff. Is there a thing like the Fire Mastery from Chief in POE? I'm gonna help me out, you guys. Is there a thing like the Fire Mastery from Chief in POE1? Not Frozen. Aweezy, you probably know the answer to this. Unknown. Okay, good. I thought it was it was unknown to me as well. Where it all bases on only one res instead of each different. We haven't seen it so far, at the very least. Unnatural resilience. This is something that I think is really cool. Can we go? So that's what I'm saying, you guys. Can we go unnatural resilience with Infernalist? Infernalist and natural resilience. Conversions will be less powerful. Uncapped res, from what somebody explained, is resistances over 40%. Sorry, over 0%. Resistance is over 0%. So I think that's the same as last epoch. Right? Chief has an ascendancy. So if you have a resistance of 200, yeah, it's uncapped, so it's not gonna cap it. Yeah. So you want to be stacking fire res with this one. Get your fire res up to 200. Wait, what is the maximum max res you can get? What is the maximum resistance you can get? Like hard cap. It's probably the same as POE1. POE1 resistance. 90 in POE1? Okay. So to get 90, you need 300. So we need 300, right? 75, yeah. No, 320. We need 320. If it uses the round number. 80% uncapped. Yes, yes. Even with just 80%, which is the default, you're getting 80% whatever you're doing. Like, you're always going to get 80%. Every 1% more is more worth. Yes, I completely agree. Reverse diminishing returns. Exactly. Yes, yes. I completely agree with it. So this is something you want to get, and you want to get your 320% fire res. Get your 320 fire res. So you can max to 90%. Or even better, pop 1 point in here, Prism Guard, and then you only have to go up to 280. Yeah, 280, and then you're good. 280 fire res. That should be obtainable. Go gem guy, and instead of splitting by 3, put the other in lightning cold. Boom, 90. Oh, yes! You're gonna be immune to everything, dude. It's gonna be like the nicest and easiest time in the world. The only thing you're curious about is if they bring over the max res that currently exists on jewels. 75 to 76 is 4%. 89 to 90. Yep. I dig it. It's insane value. Absolutely insane value. So you definitely want to max at 90. This build will be... Oh. RF Pyromantic Pact? Yes, they said they are making RF, but they said it's not going to function the same. They're saying it's going to function slightly different, right, Aweezy? I heard them talking about it. Coping. Life to laugh less. Good old kill switch. Before the announcement, watching the announcement, rewatching the announcement, watching streamers react to the announcement, watching podcasts about the announcement, watching developer interviews about the announcement. It's still not December 6th. Pox is happy RF and Chieftain aren't in EA. because he would be forced to play them. After the base damage removal from RF, you're not sure they will ever let it fully come back, even in POE2. It's kind of a dumb playstyle, though. Walking simulators are not cool, you guys. I think POE devs know better than that. They know better than that. Yeah, so can you guys convince me? Do we YOLO Pyromantic Pact into Unnatural Resilience and then Exploding Walking Simulator? It's only okay when you have to hold right click and then it's fine. Yes, you're clicking buttons. I know, right? Do you think with this insane party synergies we'll see more necessity for party play? Where are you seeing the party synergies? Is it just... Are you referring to just baiting the boss? Which reminds me, I think we need to maximize enemies take increased damage right here. So things like this, because the whole party benefits from this, anybody that's playing warrior needs to take this node, Spike Pit, and make sure they're applying, Jagged Grounds, obviously, because it applies for the party members as well. This is going to be huge for boss fights. Damage taken. Increased damage taken. There's nothing else. Okay, that's the only thing. POE2 Sanctum might become a party thing. Maybe? I don't know enough about Sanctum, to be honest. Gigi said each player adds over 100% more HP. So you will need decent synergy, yep. If Fizz can break the armors too, and do the stun thing. Yes, if I go warrior, I'm going to be doing armor breaking stuff, stunning stuff, and then this increased damage stuff. Because a lot of those benefit, like all of those benefit the party. Shock. Shock? Yes, shock. We need a shock source. So my bro, by the way, is gonna play a lightning sorcerer. So that's one source of shock right there already. So that's gonna be good value. Wheezy not having people ruin my Sanctum runs. For example, Hex Blast explodes with more curses. So wouldn't 3 curse builds be stupid with that? Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's gonna be definitely some synergy. Does Warcry share? I don't think so. Does Warcry share? What does Warcry do? Taunting nearby enemies. Yeah, I don't think any of these benefit allies. Did you see that the POE Ninja creator gave a talk about his homepage at an official dev conference with the topic side projects? Totally funny. How cool is it that you can teach people something with something like that nowadays? Link in Discord. Nice. That's crazy. Side projects, the unsung heroes of software development. Rasmus Larsen. Nice. Oh yeah, Merc with the HP chunk. That's a dangerous one because I feel like we're gonna be so bad at like, especially me. Come on, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about me. I'm gonna accidentally bump the boss with something and then your HP chunk doesn't work. Because I hit the boss because it's not 8 max HP anymore. Tencent copied his homepage without asking. for China Realm POE. Do we know what Daze status effect? I think so. I think Daze, isn't it the same as POE1? POE2 Daze. Dazed. Lowers accuracy. Wait, okay, maybe we don't know. Maybe we don't know. So seriously, can we make... So if we have a lot of fire resistance, theoretically we can take a lot of hits from this. Here's something else that's interesting. What if we play CI? What if we play CI with Pyromantic Pact? Because it says take maximum life. What if our max life is 1? Then who cares, right? I guess the problem is it takes energy shield as well. So it doesn't really help that much. No. So yeah, CI is not going to be like giga value or anything. YOLO tank it with 7580 res. Don't think you can CI with that? Yeah, if we can bump it up to 90 res, I'm telling you, this is the way to go. Unnatural resilience. With this one, you can bump your res up to 90% for fire. Easy. Easy. And then this should be negligible. But what do we gain from that? That means basically infinite mana. How can we benefit from infinite mana? What's the benefit of infinite mana? Maybe Hex Blast? Because that's a very expensive skill. I'm thinking, okay, so we can have infinite mana, theoretically. Let's say this gives us infinite mana. More spell cost with our... Yes, Archmage! Where's my Archmage? I like it. Infinite mana, Archmage. Wait. Archmage. It's a persistent lightning buff. 5% there's for each 100 max mana you have. Cost an additional of your max mana. You don't think it works with Archmage? Why not? It makes high mana cost, but if we can take the fire damage, isn't it just renaming mana to Inferno Flame though? Doesn't it count as mana still? See, it gets replaced. It should still work. To me, when it says replaced, it means, you know, it gets replaced here as well. It just replaces this. Right? Because, for example, what about nodes that give you plus max mana? You know? So this, for example, 10% reduced max mana. 6% increased max mana. That's going to help you. That's going to impact maximum Inferno Flame instead, yeah? These are things we're rolling. There's no way. There's no way, because otherwise this is going to be static for the rest of the game. Like the amount of max Inferno Flame. You can't impact it. It makes no sense. It's just the max amount 1-to-1. Exactly. It's going to be the same as mana. Get mana benefits, converts, and no longer mana. The number is 1-to-1, but not mana. So you guys don't think this is gonna work with Archmage? That's gonna suck, man. I'm telling you, there's no way it doesn't work. If you convert Fizz to fire for damage purposes in POE2, for example, you no longer scale the Fizz. Yeah, but this is not a conversion, though. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana. Lose all Infernal Flame. You don't think there's no way that could be allowed to work? Damn! I'm the only one reading it this way? So I'm the only one that thinks that Archmage is gonna buff Infernal Flame. Okay, maybe I have to play Infernal Flame for the name of science. In the name of science! Because, we gotta test it. We gotta science this out. So much where you have to rethink. Sometimes you think that someone has never played PoE will have it easier. Okay, but we can have like backup skills or backup plans. So for example, what would the drain be? I don't know what drain is. Mana flare. Where the hell is it's a support gem? Okay. Sports with 3 mana flare on critical hit. Causing it to trigger a mana flare on critical hit. The mana flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. I think instead of consuming mana, it's gonna add gain Infernal Flame instead of spending. I guess spending versus consuming. Different wording. You're starting to hear Eldritch Battery after playtest got changed. That's what we heard here on the stream as well. Somebody was mentioning that Eldritch Battery got changed. Apparently the devs said it. Since you can't change the ascendancy, you're thinking about only ascending in the end game. Bro, that's crazy, Dennis. That's crazy, man. You're missing on so much power? You're gonna sacrifice that much power in the early and mid game? Max mana, your max mana would technically be 0. Okay, so I'm the only one to read it in this way, huh? Fair enough. I guess I can see what you guys are saying. I'm just hopeful, okay? I'm just so very hopeful. Other instances of POE1 doesn't work. Fair enough. They did say if you convert Energy Shield to mana, it doesn't use any plus Energy Shield nodes anymore. Right. Yeah, I heard that as well. And that's different from POE1. In POE1, it used to, apparently. Okay, so convert is also a keyword. Right on. Okay, so let's assume that Archmage doesn't work, okay? That's okay. I think that's not a big deal. Let's assume that Archmage doesn't work, and let's assume we have infinite mana. What is the highest mana cost skill that we can spam? Is it like Hex Blast? Is there a ranking of the mana cost of skills? Do we have that somewhere? Let me check. Somebody put something together recently for us. Let me check if you put the mana cost. I think you might have. Come on, bro. Tell me you put the mana cost. Maybe he didn't. Control F mana. No mana. No mana. Okay. How much does Comet cost? Oh, hey, did you see the other cool interaction for Comet? I'll show you guys what I'm thinking for Comet. You guys are going to like this. Check this out. Ooh, 92 mana. 92 mana. Muscat, it does say max mana. If it did work, that means Clarity would give you Inferno Frame regen. That's right. Yeah. Or maybe it would give you... I'm overthinking it. You guys are probably right. I'm trying to make it work, but I don't think I can keep this charade going any longer. I am convinced. I don't think it's going to work, you guys. But that's okay. I think... Hear me out, okay? Comment, all right? Oh, here's another question. Can somebody answer this one? I need all the POE2 scientists here, okay? There's a lot of things that say plus 1 second to total cast time. When it says plus 1 second to total cast time, does that cast time get impacted by cast speed, by attack speed, stuff like that? Does that get reduced, or is it a flat 1 second that always is there? Or does it get added to the base that gets impacted by attack speeds and stuff like that? Is it static? Is it always there? Cluster grenade? How much mana is cluster grenade, bro? It will always be... Ah, that sucks, man. Ah, that sucks. But that's okay. Let's still do the science. I'll show you guys what I mean. Cluster grenade. 59. Okay, so let me show you what I'm thinking, you guys. It adds after all the calcs in the end. Yeah. To not force you to stack cast speed to play optimal DPS. It's kind of smart. But maybe they should make it like this 1 second of cast time divides added cast speed by like 10. And so it's still impacted by cast speed, but very minimally. Just so you're not floored. You know, here the floor of cast time is 1 second, which sucks. So anyway, let me show you what I was thinking. So there's this one really cool gem that I saw. Mobility. So no, momentum. Momentum. Check this out. So momentum. So let's say we play... Read this one, you guys. After moving at least 2 meters during a single use of a supported skill, the rest of that use deals 40% more damage. So Comet makes you float back, right? You're guessing the reason is there is a way to get 0 second cast time? We haven't seen yet. Oh, I see. So yeah, if you can get Comet to move you back more than, what was it, 2 meters? Is 2 meters, like, does Comet move you 2 meters or less? And if it doesn't move you 2 meters, that's not a problem. Convert to coin Infernalist. That sounds fun. So if it's less than 2 meters, we can use mobility, okay? Mobility. Oops. Supported skill. No, wait, no, not this one. Wait, where did it go? No, okay, no, that mobility only works with rolling slam. Because this one you move during. Okay, that's why I put mobility and momentum together. I think rolling slam is going to combo really well mobility and momentum, okay? That's my plan, is rolling slam with mobility and momentum. But for Comet, we just have to see whether we cover 2 meters with a single cast of Comet. Does it work with attacks? Could you do a meme flicker strike? $50 mana on flicker strike. And we have the power charge. Have you seen the power charge, the free power charge passive node? This one with the storm. Quarterstaff skills that consume power charges count as consuming an additional power charge. How broken is that? That means you're always going to get at least 3 hits with power charge here. How broken is that? Exactly. When consuming 0, you get 1. You always get 1. Lots of uniques and timeless jewels. Strikes 3 additional enemies per power charge. Consumes power charges. Yeah, well, how else would you read it? Why is nobody reading things the way I'm reading things? Come on, guys. Come on, help me out here. Quarterstaff skills that consume power charges count as consuming an additional power charge. You cannot gain power charges, but you don't need to gain power charges. You don't need to gain power charges. That's the point. Even at 0 power charges, you're consuming 0 power charges, and that counts as consuming 1 power charge. You're always going to consume 1 power charge. I'm telling you, there's no way that's wrong. Oh, you guys, come on. You guys don't believe in science, do you? You have to consume a power charge. You guys, come on. You guys don't believe? Do not believe? How do we get a power charge, yo? Power charge. There's like 1 skill that gives you power charge. No, it doesn't even give, what? How do you get a power charge? You have to consume a power charge? That is exactly the things they're trying to avoid. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's probably too easy. It will make the flicker strike life too easy. But that's still okay, though. Let's just entertain the flicker strike idea. Let's say that, okay, we have to get on a power charge before we start flicker striking, all right? That's still okay, because as soon as we get 1 power charge, that counts as 2 power charges. That's double the effectiveness. And so we just need to find what gives us power charges. What gives us power charges? What is a power charge thing? Power charge. Consumes your power charges to cause the spikes to cause one shot. Consume all power charges to infuse your quarterstaff with electricity for a duration. Consume any... Like, there's a lot of stuff that consumes power charges. But how do we delete power charge? Or sorry, how do we gain power charges? How do we do it? How do we do it? Here we go, kill switch. Where's my power charges, dude? Grants a power charge if an enemy is killed by this strike. What? I hate things that are conditional on killing things. Because this is 0 usefulness against bosses. Siphoning strike. If the target is shocked, consume the shock. Okay. Okay, this is great. This is really, really efficient to gain power charge. This is amazing. Because shocking targets, isn't that pretty easy? Spam flicker charges without using charges. Flicker strike without using charges. You can, but it's going to be very few hits, no? Teleports to enemies, strike them. Consumes power charge to perform additional teleporting strikes. Yeah, so if you just use it once, it's only one hit. If you have one power charge, that's 4 hits, right? So it's 4 times the effectiveness. And if you have that one passive node, it's 7 hits. That's pretty good. With the extra charge chance support. Siphoning strike. Resonance? What is resonance? Marks a corpse with a profane rune. Didn't catch over time. Hey, this is like free power charges. You just pop it on a corpse. Hey, dude. Are you seeing this? You can put reduced duration on this thing to make it last like 1 second. And then you get lots of power charges. Because you can have 5 active rituals. The only problem is it requires a corpse. Can we make our own corpses still? Can we make our own corpses? Power offering. Impales the skeleton on both spikes, extracting a power charge over a short duration. The bone spike is itself a minion. 103 mana. If it dies, the extraction is interrupted and you will not gain a power charge. So you need a bunch of skeletons. What's the link to the interactable tree? Okay, so this is, okay. So we have confirmed we have multiple fairly reliable ways to get power charges. Resonance in the tree. Right, yes, you can flip them around. So endurance, power charge instead of frenzy charge. Yeah, so you can convert frenzy to, what are ways to get frenzy? Let's check frenzy. The next crit hit consumes the mark to deal extra damage, granting frenzy charge. How easy is it going to be to get crits? How good are staves for crits? Let's check. What are staves like? Ooh, staves have pretty high crit chance. 10% flat crit on every staff. Yo. You seeing this? They're pretty good, yeah. Cody says that a summoner or someone can give allies power charges. Okay, I think, okay. Let's say that we have a reliable way to get power charges. How spammable can we make Flicker Strike? Flicker Strike Infernalist. Does that make any sense? How far do you have to path for resonance? Honestly, it's not bad because we may want to go to one with the storm as well. So if we're gonna be leaning towards the west to the east side for one with the storm. Grumpy. Yeah, items that grant power. Yes, good point, Zalot. Yes, yes, yes. Which flicker build? That's what we're ideating right now. Which flicker build with flicker strike? Yes, with staves. I mean, staves are like a witch thing, right? So what about the attack damage on this thing? $177 times 7, presumably. That's pretty good. That's pretty high. Infernalist. So if we go like flicker strike. So we said 177% times 7. That's a pretty good number, man. That's more damage than our what do you call it? Than Hand of the Gods. And we probably But is it better than just running an Acolyte of Chiyula with a lot of mana leech though? Mana leech is instant, right? Like if Acolyte has infinite mana with mana leech is instant, what is the benefit? What is the benefit in running Infernalist? Like, what are the pros and cons, right? Demon form. Okay, demon form. What did demon form do? It gives you cast speed. I'm not sure about cast speed. The ascendancy node behind goaded. Behind darkness needs to be goaded. Cast speed and spell damage. Okay. So maybe we need to go with spells and not melee attacks, eh? You're still an Acolyte of Chiyula because of darkness. It's kind of garble darkness. Right. Darkness doesn't do enough on its own, yeah. I kind of feel like, yeah, if we go Pyromantic Pact, I do feel like it might make more sense to focus on like spell damage. I don't know. And then they're trying to push us into Ignite, and I don't know if I'm happy about Ignites. There's a limit of 1 Firestorm? No. Oh yeah, I think I remember that somewhere. Limit 1 Firestorm. They're probably gonna release one of those augmented gems. Cappuccino wanted to do a melee spell witch. If only if we have Blade Vortex. Cappuccino, you can do melee spell witch. You just have to go Blood Mage and go crits. Like, this is gonna be tremendous crit damage. Create problem, sell solution. Which spell? What do you mean which spell? You're going melee, right? Ignite Flicker. Oh, Ignite Flicker. Cast on Ignite. Bone Offering. The closest thing you can think that's not a complete mess. Don't have much faith. Fair, fair. That's good input. Firestorm needs a thing for plus. Oh, yeah? It does seem a little bit stretched, Duan. I agree with you. It feels a little YOLO. A little bit overstretched. Trying to do too many things at once. So where's the limit support gem? Limit. Increase limit. Support skills have +1 limit. Oh, 50% less skill effect duration? Are you kidding me, dude? That is awful. Yeah, that doesn't work, man. Only applies to restrictions that use the word limit. Eye of Winter. That's basically Frozen Orb from Diablo 2. At least that's how I read it. Sounds like Frozen Orb. Fires a single eye projectile which does not hit enemies. The eye constantly releases damaging shard projectiles in a spiral as it flies, plus an extra burst of shards at the end of its flight. If the eye passes over an elemental ground effect, it would take on that effect, applying it to nearby enemies and causing shards to deal more damage of the corresponding type. It's a lot of hits. What's the damage though? 16 to 24 at level 13. How many projectiles? 8 shard projectiles in a spiral when projectile ends. Modifiers to number. See, what I don't like is that modifiers to number of projectiles only applies to the final spiral. Oh, it inflicts critical weakness on hit. Oh, critical weakness. Yeah, critical weakness is, I think, is going to be a big difference. Man, we don't know anything. We're in the dark. Critical weakness.
Well, Path of Exile 2 is making changes to that as well, or this icicle flail. The idea that crits are intelligence aligned, so intelligence-based weapons, magnitude of some of the crit. In POE1, a critical. But in POE2, elemental ailments are no longer guaranteed by critical strikes. On Discord, Shax MC asked if critting guarantees ailments and will strike check or the chance to inflict an ailment. But we'll go into that one in detail in a future video. For this video, the important takeaway changes to critical strike.
He didn't cover critical weakness. You know, the good news about Eye of Winter is it doesn't have an addition to the cast time. It's not like Comet that has +1 second to total cast time. Critical weakness, POE2 wiki. +0.5. Okay, there we go. Up to 20 times. So up to +10% flat. You're going to be easily... What's the duration? What's the duration? Yeah, if it's 10% flat, Eye of Winter is going to be an absolutely amazing support skill. This is the best support skill. All of your allies get to max crit all of a sudden. Especially for a for a mace warrior. Dude, hear me out. Okay, hear me out. The duration is 4 seconds. I feel like it makes a spam skill. There's only 2 sources of critical weakness. Okay, hear me out. This is gonna be the meta, you guys. We're gonna be proccing Eye of Winter. We're gonna play warrior, theoretically, and we're gonna go cast on, I don't know, something. Oh no, wait, here. Cast on. Maybe cast on crit. Cast on something. We're gonna be proccing. We're gonna be casting automatically Eye of Winter with our warrior. And we're going to make it work by going Blood Magic. Remove all mana. Skills cost life instead of mana. Because otherwise we're not going to have enough mana for it. The Blood Mage Synergy crit team. Yeah. We have to have somebody casting Eye of Winter on the team, guys. As soon as Eye of Winter is available, somebody has to be dedicated to spamming Eye of Winter, making sure enemies have 20 stacks of critical weakness at all times, unless it gets changed. Of course, they might delete that one line before the game launches, easy peasy. Blood Mage can probably spam it. That's right, Blood Mage is going to have blood, or sorry, wait. Does Blood Mage have both mana and life cost, or is it skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana? I think it pays both mana and life, isn't it? Get it on the Scepter. But that doesn't go very high. That, yeah, that's only gonna go to 7 or 8 stacks. It's only gonna be 7 or 8 stacks, and getting that Scepter is very conditional, so it's not very good. I think it's both frozen, yeah. You can cast on crit and cast on ignite for Eye of Winter. Yeah. One of the 2 hammer ignites. Yes, there you go. Go hammer ignite with cast on ignite. Eye of Winter, and then your hammer gets even higher crit, even more crit for even better ignites. GG's. We got the wombo combo. I think you only spam that on bosses because other mobs might die before they get enough stacks. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Fair enough. Bosses or tanky mobs, yellows, stuff like that. Rare enemies, that is. If they're dead, you're happy. That's true. I'm just saying, this has to be like, we have to have a dedicated Eye of Winter player, spammer, or whatever. Because critical weakness, although it requires 119 int, actually. 119 int for a warrior is a little bit steep. That's a little bit steep. That's level 13. But maybe you can leave it at level 1. For everyone here, you need to make sure you get Blasphemy. Why Blasphemy? What does that do again? Blush. No, wait, that's a skill thing. That's over here. Blasphemy. What does Blasphemy do again? Spirit Gem. Oh, to get around the timer on curses, hey? So you don't need to wait the 1 second for the curses to apply. Someone can play Gemling Legion. That's a good point. And then you don't need to worry about the int requirement here. That's a good point. Temporal Chains is too good. Why Temporal Chains? That slows down enemies. Bosses, like? You mean it for bosses? Temporal Chains? %. Wow. Don't you have max curses? Yes, you have. Oh yeah, 1 max curse. So you can apply 2. There's a second one you can get. There's a second one somewhere here. It's a keynote. Yeah, right here, Whispers of Doom. You can apply an additional curse, double activation delay of curses. So you don't care about the activation delay because you have it as an aura. I don't think crit weakness is a curse. It's just an ailment, yeah. I think you're right. Whispers is a keystone now. No more anointing on every build. Yep. Hey, Donovan. Welcome, man. We're brainstorming. We have determined that every single party needs to run an Eye of Winter dedicated critical weakness support. Every party needs a critical weakness spammer. And it seems like Eye of Winter is by far the best thing you can do. Like, this is the point at which the party is going to be able to start specializing a little bit more into crits. All of a sudden, think about it from a warrior perspective. All of a sudden, my crits are like 3x. I go from 5% base crit to 15% base crit. So everything that's plus increased critical strike chance is 3 times more effective, right? Big difference. And attacks gain increased accuracy rating equal to their crit chance, but I think this is the crit chance of the weapon. Probably doesn't help. Did POE2DB update their support gems? Yeah, they did, yeah. This one updated, yeah. Yeah, this one has all of them updated. 160, 46 skills, 174 support gems. Witch Hunter with double blasphemy and Eye of Winter. Oh my god, the ultimate support. Yes. I love it. Gemling Witch Hunter, let's go. Or sorry, is it Gemling or is it Witch Hunter? I guess Witch Hunter has the big 30% hit at the beginning of boss fights. So, okay, we got a little distracted. We were thinking about what to spam as an Infernalist with theoretically infinite mana. And call, of course, call. RNG on the Witch Hunter chunk? Yeah, it makes it a little annoying. Hey, Donovan, are you able to add mana cost? I was looking for the mana cost on the sheet. I was trying to use it, trying to find mana cost, but I didn't find it. Because I was thinking, so we're thinking here, if we have Pyromantic Pact, and theoretically, let's say we have like infinite mana, if this fire damage is ignorable, if it's something where we can get like 90% fire res, maybe we can ignore this fire damage. So if that's the case, what are some of the more expensive mana costing skills? And can we get to a point where we spam them? Hey, what happens with Hex Blast if you have Blasphemy, by the way? Detonates curses on enemies in an area. Yeah, what happens? How does Hex Blast interact with Blasphemy? Does anybody know? RNG check is 20% DPS increase on average according to ChatGPT math. I think ChatGPT math, it sounds about right. It works kind of in POE1 if you don't hit Omega fast. What is the preferred? How do you run Hex Blast in POE1? How do you auto trigger hexes or curses? What is the way to do it? So Mike Hex Blast Mines doesn't work perfectly. Mine Hex Blast Mines. Okay, so you make mines. Mines and turrets. Curse on hit from ring. Okay, so it sounds like it's a bit memey. Sounds like it's a bit memey. You think Blasphemy is the way this time? Turn curses in auras. How quickly does Blasphemy refresh the curses though? Because Dwang is saying that it might be too slow. Oh, it's instant. Okay, so you can spam Hex Blast then. Didn't know that. But do take note the information on tier level required stats. And possibly mana cost is just a snapshot of what you see, because the screenshots show gems at different levels. Try this this website. This website has like every gem, I think. and just go to gems and then skill gems. Should have all of them and the mana cost and such. Actually, no, it might not have the mana cost. It has the mana cost, but at varying levels. It's not consistent. It's not consistent, yeah. Because I think mana cost is a function of level. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Yeah. The problem is when mines hit the same target with multiple Hex Blast. Oh, I see. So you're saying, okay. I see. For self-cast, it should be okay. You use Blasphemy as well in POE1, but it's not the only source. In POE1, the way to go is Curse on Hit plus Profane Proxy. I don't know what that is. What is a Profane Proxy? Blasphemy until you get the magical ring that fixes everything. The Panacea ring. Oh yeah, the skitter bots becoming curse bots. I remember that vaguely. So Hex Blast is one option for a spammable high spell damage skill. Someone calls skitter bots in POE2. If not, the dream is over. No skitter bots? Not yet, anyway. They'll add them one day. Take max life. Energy shield is fire damage. Literally means 100% of your max life energy shield. Oh, yeah. You definitely need resistances. Yeah. My plan is to have 90% fire res. I'm planning on having 90% fire res. Right? You're planning on running Hex Blast, Dwayne. So what is your plan for Hex Blast? Teach me. What do you think? Because the damage numbers look solid. Level 11, 108 to 188, and it's AoE. 9, can you imagine 9 explosions times that damage? And they overlap? Base wave radius. What wave? What explosion versus wave? There's no wave. No links in Twitch. Send a link on Discord. You adding a column called special mechanics for things like ice crystals, which is there's just so many special mechanics in POE2, I have to say. It's kind of cool. Because we want to know which skills interact. Yes, that's a good point. Because there's a lot of synergy between different skills in the warrior skill tree, I noticed. Oh yeah, last epoch warlock build with the curses. And it's self-ignite. We're going to be self-damaging, with the fire damage. Gotta love the self-damage. We just need to find something that benefits from our self-damaging. Hex Blast with Biting Frost. Chaos Freeze build. Madness. It does look like crazy high damage though, doesn't it? Let me see something that gives me some reference point. So Comet, for example. Like, look at this. This is level 9. And all it does is pretty much the same damage. Yeah, the damage is the same. And it doesn't explode 9 different times. It's one singular explosion. I don't get it. Ten maximum stages. Oh, you can make a solar orb? Huh. You can cast Flame Blast on a solar orb. I don't know about channeling skills, you guys. When is the last time there was ever a good channeling skill? Other than Spin to Win, of course. Volcanic Orb is Eye of Winter. Sorry, yeah, Eye of Winter. Eye of Winter is Volcanic Orb. Winter Orb. Frozen Orb. Eye of Winter Orb. You added it, Duan? Winter Orb. Which one is Winter Orb? I've never played it. So you're saying, where's your Hex Blast though? What's going on here? Explain to me, what is this website? Why doesn't it have Hex Blast? You have Blasphemy with Decaying Hex. Oh, Despair. Lowering their chaos resistance. Noise. Supported skills inflict decay, dealing 10% of damage. Okay. Alright. Chaotic Freeze. Receive freeze buildup when they're hit by chaos damage. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. I like it. It's the basic combo. Why don't you add one more curse skill? Can you add multiple curse skills to Blasphemy? Because we have the ability to have 2 curse skills, right? Oh, you just have Hex. Okay, so you haven't added the support skill. I see. Oh, okay, so we can add... I don't know the curse skills in this game. Courage stuff. So this is the one you're using. This is great. That's a lot of minus chaos res. But this minus chaos res cannot go below 0, can it? Blasphemy turns on the totems. What? What are you talking about? Blasphemy turns on the totems. Players can go below 0, but I think enemies... Aren't enemies capped at 0% res now? Winter Orb, you channel. You get an orb over your head for a time, which auto attacks everything. Okay, so it's like auto bomber kind of thing. BV mage meta. I don't know what you guys are even talking about. Gray, you don't think Chaotic Freeze works with Blasphemy Decaying Hex? Why not? Why not? We gotta science it out. Sleepless Pen no longer goes below 0, but Curses should still. Okay. Okay, that's a good point. I definitely know that Pen doesn't go below 0. Curses can? Okay, that's good to know. You need to use Chaotic Freeze on spells that deal non-ailment damage. How many spells are there that deal chaos damage over time? There's not that many. Decaying Hex is not an ailment. The way it reads, I would guess it works, but this is one of those things that we just have to test. Here, I'll share the link, Donovan. Donovan is building a Google Sheet. But you might have to give everybody access, Donovan. He's building a Google Sheet. Wait, let me get a better link. Here is a better link. I guess it's the same link pretty much. Anyways. Get to Discord and PM you. Fair enough, yeah. If somebody wants to help. Hopefully the game's actually playable in the second verse 6. Yeah, man. I don't think the servers are gonna hold, but we can only hope. A lot of science to do indeed. Does this say spells? Enemies taking chaos damage over time from supported skills. It says skills. Oh, but then at the top it says support spells. Which one is it? Is it spells? Huh. Curses. Decaying Hex, though, is Decaying Hex. Is that a spell? Decay. Decays. I don't know, man. This is one of those things that you just have to test out. It's so hard to know in advance whether or not it's going to work. Attack speed per dexterity. Yo. It supports a spell. Hypothermia. Yeah, I don't know about all these skills. Ball lightning seems legit. More chance to shock, 750. All spells are skills, but not all skills are spells. Correct, yes. But by POE1, you think it works, but who knows? It'd be pretty nice if it works with Decaying Hex, since you can drop Essence Drain. Which one is Essence Drain? Projectile duration chaos AoE. Chaos damage over time to buff when it hits. I see, yeah. Ball lightning shock spam plus shock consume power charge. Plus figures. There you go. Liquor Strike meta. Yeah, I'm struggling figuring out what the Pyromantic Pact use cases are. Like, I think there's going to be a bunch of builds that can already have like very, very high mana and don't really have a problem with mana cost. So unless there's a benefit of self-damaging, like if you benefit from damaging yourself with fire damage, why bother? You know, why bother Pyromantic Pact? Bait. Fishing in POE2 confirmed. If it's just an alternative way to solve for mana, and instead of solving for mana regen, you solve for it by getting more fire res. So it's just an alternative way to mitigate your mana costs. If that's the only thing, I don't know. Having a bigger mana pool gives you also a bigger pool of heat to work with. Correct. Yes, I think so. I think so. Increases to max mana will just translate to increases of mana, a bigger Infernal Flame pool. But like, let's say that we're immune to fire damage. This just means we have infinite mana. So we can spam skills. I think there will be other builds that allow you to spam skills. You know, indefinitely kind of thing. Maybe not. Maybe with all these like more mana cost multiplying support gems, maybe it gets out of hand. And maybe you do need something like Infernal Flame stuff. The actual use is going to be some item interaction that works with on-hit stuff. Yeah. So you think this is going to count as a hit? Can somebody confirm? Like, is this going to count as a hit? Is this a hit on our character? Frozen says probably not a hit. Duang says yes, a hit. I want it to be a hit. I want it to be a hit. It can self-ignite confirm. Oh, you're kidding me. You're serious? You can ignite yourself? Okay, 1 sec. Okay, we got to pull up the review video now. Isn't that dangerous though, igniting yourself? Oops.
Class is all about hitting
It's gonna give me a commercial.
ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems to quickly gain back that life. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With eagle eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a pathfinder.
Here we go, it's coming up, it's coming up.
Flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her
Usually
fast
hitting
charges
yourself
to
is
throw
pretty good.
explosive bottles that
I know,
deal
right?
various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed,
I have a
while a fulminating
I have a
one
thing
can
for
shock
igniting
enemies, allowing
myself.
you to do extra damage.
It's from last epoch, okay? If we can
Contagious
ignite ourselves, we
contamination
have
allows
to
her
do it.
spread poisons between her foes.
We have to
while
do it.
Overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Self-ignite for the
Running
win.
assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while relentless pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Sure. Whatever, man. Give us the next one. Yes, here we go. Okay.
She can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Sure.
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire,
Why
as well as
won't
taking a
ignite
percentage
it?
of the damage
Yeah,
if the
right.
Infernalist gets hit.
Okay, so here we go. Pyromantic Pact. We're going to slow it down a bit.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana
Whoa.
into
Whoa.
Infernal Flame.
So look at the Infernal Frame going up.
As you cast more spells, the flame
Oh, look at that hit, dude. Half of his energy shield went out. Half of the energy shield went boom.
builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage.
Okay. Going up. There doesn't seem to be any debuff on her.
Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure
Boom! Half the energy shield went. At the end.
you keep the
Where do you see the debuffs?
flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%,
Boom! Now, is it a hit though?
all damage
Yeah, you got ignited. It got ignited. Look at the science that we're doing here. Oh my god, dude. You guys were right. Oh yeah, it could be minimal energy shields. I'm not concerned. Honestly, there will be ways to mitigate the damage. I am not concerned. I'm a glass cannon player anyways.
30%.
See? Yeah, you're right. We ignited ourselves. There is self-ignited this game. Okay, I'm gonna have to play Inferno. Like, if there's self-ignite, I mean, what choice do we have?
All damage from
What choice do we
you
have?
and your minions
Was it using the ball? I think it was using the ball, yeah. To get mana.
will ignite enemies. She can also
Really big chunk.
transform into a literal demon.
Literal demon.
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage. But her cast
He sounds so sleepy at half the speed. The narration sounds so sleepy.
Speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're
Where's this big
planning
chunk?
on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a
Look at that
lot of
fireball
life
boom.
recovery. She can also
Okay, all right. Self-ignite confirmed, man. That's fun. He remembers you on the good old 420 days.
by enemies, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Oh, hey, Loyal Hellhound. If the self fire damage thing counts as a hit, the Loyal Hellhound is gonna give you a 20% DR against it as well. You gotta find the demon form video. Yeah, this demon form video in here, they didn't have HP visible.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana
Okay, so if it can ignite you, it has to count as a hit, right?
into
Frozen, you're
Infernal
saying the
Flame.
fire thing on the
Transform
ground
into a
would
demon,
ignite on
make
us?
sure you stack as well. This will
I don't
ignite
think so,
enemy.
man.
You'll want to make sure you keep the flames
Maybe
topped
you're
up.
right. Let's check.
While your Infernal
So right here, let's slow it down. All right. You don't think that it was. Right? It was the self-ignite, right? It was the character fire thing.
Flame as well.
The timing is perfect. Look, the mana is almost maxed. And we can go frame by frame. Watch. Frame by frame. Oh. Right? So this frame, mana is at maxed. And we're not ignited. Next frame, mana goes to 0 and we are ignited. Self-ignite? Yeah! Self-ignite! Okay. If only they have a source of ignite, or sorry, some sort of synergy with self-ignite, some sort of unique item. Let's say a belt. Like a belt that gives... a belt that gives you more spell damage when you ignite yourself. That would be nice. Didn't RF ignite you without a hit? Is it always a hit? RF doesn't ignite you. RF is burning damage. Don't worry, Frozen. I don't know either. Not ignite. Okay, but this has to be a hit. I think this has to be a hit. This thing here. Tech max life and energy shield as fire damage. This has to be a hit. There's no other way. Which makes it a lot more fun. If it's a hit, it's a lot more fun. Because it can interact with the game. Every single thing in the game that says, when you get hit, wait a second, can you block it? Can you block it? Dude. Okay, hear me out. So here's my idea, okay? Don't copy my build. I want to make a build where we like take all of the reduced mana nodes, reduced max mana. Can you imagine reduced max mana? There was a few nodes. 10% reduced max mana. Oh, this is max life. So reduce our max mana as low as possible. And then with a single cast of a spell, we can like hit ourselves like 5 times. If our max mana is so low that this thing procs multiple times per cast. Can you imagine, dude? That's gonna be so fun. We just have to get our max mana to be so low that this procs all the time. Cast on that bit. Yes, now you get it. The curse unique, yes. I need to make my own unique. Every time you hit, you get hit. Or, I don't know. Things on hit are kind of memey because against large groups of enemies, you proc a lot, but against bosses, you don't. So yeah, if we just like max our fire res, get our fire res to 90%, get a lot of other fire damage mitigation. I think I want to play Infernalist. I want to play Warrior too, don't get me wrong. But I feel like Warrior doesn't have as much room for creativity. This class, I feel like there's a lot of room to do meme stuff. This is like the meme class, okay? This is such a dumb interaction right here. It's made for memes. Ignite chance is based on HP now. Some CI means all it hits ignite. Is that right? Yeah, I guess so. Oh man. See? Ailment threshold. What does that do, ailment threshold? Ailment threshold. Gain ailment threshold equal to the lowest of evasion and armor on your boots. What is ailment threshold again? I don't even know what that is. Let me search. Ailment threshold. Ailments apply as if you had plus that amount of HP. Your effective life for calculating ailments. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if we take CI, then yeah, you might be right. We might be applying a lot of ignites with this. POE1 had stuff like that. IRC for ES builds. Auxium. Whatever that is. So is there stuff? Oh yeah, so I was saying, if this fire damage is a hit, then we should be able to block it as well, right? We should be able to block it. And so anything that is procced on block, oh, this one. Recover energy shield equal to 1% of armor when you block. Dude. So if we can get our block to 75% and our armor decently high, every time we proc this little, we can make this armor, sorry, we can make this self-damage be healing us, in fact. If it procs energy shield recharge. How do we get block? Easy. That keystone. That's kind of far away though. The block, double block, that's a little bit far. Yeah. This one. That's a little bit far away. It's a little bit far away for a witch. Kind of hard to get there. There's a lot of 12% block chance nodes though. Yeah, glancing blow, exactly. There's a lot of chance to block. Increases resistance to armor also apply to energy shield recharge rate. Block is 100% when you hold the shield up though. Well, but we can't be casting spells at that time, right? You cannot block self-inflict. How do you know, Rek? How do you know that? This is good knowledge to have because we cannot be going YOLO into something that doesn't work. How do you know? You can't block self-damage in POE1. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Even if you can block hits, you can apply on-hit effects. Right. I'm just saying the block can generate armor for us. That's what I was going for. Is hitting ourselves to proc energy shield recharge with this thing. But okay, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's good to know. What else is there that like cast on barrier? Oh, this one. Casting the skill once activates it. Wait, permanent, persistent, trigger, meta. 60 spirit. Casting the skill once activates it, causing it to gain energy when your energy shield is damaged by hits. Right. Casting again once sufficient energy is gathered will consume. That's annoying. 1 energy for 5 energy shield lost. Well, how much energy is needed to proc it though? Like 100? Why would max energy be 500? I thought the whole point of these cast on whatever is that you don't need to cast it yourself. This is good though because you get more self-ignites. Yes, if we can weaponize self-ignite just like in last epoch, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. Elemental invocation. Freeze, shock, or ignite an enemy. I like that it says an enemy. What if we ignite ourselves? Come on. It's okay if we ignite ourselves. Energy berries. Energy berries. What the hell is an energy berries? Is that a spirit thing? Supports any skills that you can use, causing energy shield recharge to begin immediately if you're stunned while using. Do you think we can stun ourselves with this thing? I don't think we can. Can you self-stun? There's no way we self-stun. You can get damage over time. Reduction to reduce the damage of the ignite. What are the sources of the dot reduction? They will if you have 1 life. Right. So we have to invest into there's quite a few stun threshold as a function of energy shield nodes. Right? Begin immediately if a stun while using it. Energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not interruptible. 3 seconds when stunned while using supported skills. If you have fire pen, would you penetrate yourself with this? I don't think so. I don't think you are the source of damage. But it's a good question. Don't take them and use it to your advantage. Make yourself always stunned. Heartstopper. Oh yeah, Heartstopper is like... let's check it. %75 less damage over time if you've started taking damage over time in the past second. But then it says take 50% more damage over time if you haven't started taking damage over time in the past second. Oh, I see. So if you're constantly igniting yourself, it's always going to be 75% damage less than... Wow, okay. Yeah. I like it. Nice. That's neat. Yeah, that's a neat interaction. You think it will always be 50% more? If you're spamming though, it will always be 75% less. Because it says 50% more if you haven't started taking damage over time in the past second. Started. Okay, another one that needs to be scienced. I see what you're saying, you guys. I think we gotta science this out. I'm not sure how it works. Also, by the way, it's way too far. It's way too far from the witch starting point. If you're ignited for 2 seconds, you take 50% more. How did Heartstopper and POE1 work? You feel like a lawyer does the wording on these things? Yes. I completely agree with you, Frozen. ARPGs have become a science. You need a law degree to word them and another law degree to decipher them. Complicated science. You have some recoup life from damage taken nodes close to witch start. Where is it? Where is it? The rightmost starting on the witch tree. What? Let's just search for it. Recoup. Is that the keyword? Oh. 6% of damage taken recouped as life. See, this could be interesting. Wait, so whenever you have something like this, is it damage taken before or after damage reductions? Like before or after resistances? It's like pure damage taken after resistances, right? Like final damage taken. After reduction. Okay. Is that good? I don't know, man. The number is a little low. I mean, these probably add a little bit extra, these little ones, but I guess if you can invest in enough of these things, if you get it up to like 30%, if you stack it, yeah, if you get it up to like 30%, the self-damaging stuff might come in handy, yeah. Recoup is nice because most importantly, it doesn't have a cooldown, right? And it doesn't get deleted if you go up to 100% life, right? Forbidden Right builds. What is a Forbidden Right build? Works on dots, etc. %25 increased effective ignite. This node is massive for ignite builds because that's a multiplicative damage. Does recoup work on dots now? Damage taken recouped as life. It doesn't say hits. Maybe. Heart heat proofing. Heat proofing for the armor. Yes, because we determine it counts as a hit. The only problem is, like, do we path all that way? Because we have the choice of anointing unnatural resilience. Because the natural resilience is a must-have. The natural resilience is like the most important node to take for a infernalist. Like this is absolute must have. So we either anoint it and ignore this side of the tree, or try to path to that side of the tree. To be fair, if we go ignite, it might be good to path that way. Because look at this, immolation. 25% increased effective ignite. And POE specifies only hits. Okay. It might be both then. The only problem is a lot of these things are like melee damage, flails. This is just garbage. We cannot make any use of most of these things. Except maybe the shield stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Excess life recovery from regen also is applied to energy shield. Energy shield does not recharge. What is this claw here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Zealot's Oath. I wish I remember what that does. A dousing charm. What does that do? Please share. What does that do? Dousing charm. POE2 dousing charm. Dowsing charm? What? That doesn't show anything useful. Immune to ignite. But what if we can benefit from the self-ignites? What if there's something that gives us bonuses? Hey, what's the maximum stack of ignite that you can have in POE2 again? Oh, in okay. POE1 Zealot's Oath was life regen applies to it. So it's 1 max stack of ignite, is it? Like it's the absolute maximum is 1. Sleepless says it's infinite. No, that's POE1. I think they limited it in POE2. Are you sure, Sleepless? I think Duang might be right. POE2 maximum ignite stacks. Or maybe it's in the POE wiki here, ignite. Damage guarantees fire damage over time. 25% of a hit's fire damage dealt before mitigation damage taking modifiers. Ignite does not stack. Each instance of ignite has an independent duration, and only the highest damage instance of ignite will deal damage. You reading it? POE2, ignite is different. 1 stack max. POE2 ignite does not stack. That's a big change. Massive change. But it is now a function of the hits damage. Infinite under the hood, yes. It's not like it deletes the ignites, but only one of them deals damage. So realistically then, maybe we don't even need to worry about these ignites. Because if it's like 1 stack of ignite dealing damage, we don't need to care. Just getting rid of it makes it... Yeah. That's for like dealing damage to enemies. But for self-ignite, I think we'll be fine. Because this is going to be mitigated significantly. Or dousing charm. Yeah, there you go. Dousing charm solves it too. Sometimes it does delete the ignites just to make it more confusing. They really did dumb down Cappuccino. User-friendly, player-friendly, all right? I don't think you need to worry about PoE being dumbed down, okay? PoE2 looks quite complicated even as is. We want the ignite for cast on ignite. Yeah, it's only enemies, yeah. I think it's only enemies. I think it's going to be very much a function of what kind of uniques exist in this game and what kind of effects and stuff like that, because it could be just even effects on it could be just affixes, prefixes, suffixes. If there's a prefix that says you do whatever as a function of you being ignited, or even passive skill tree stuff, like if there's something that benefits from me. Wait, I thought there was something when we're impacted by ailments. Oh, here, right here. Regenerate 2% of life per second while affected by any damaging ailments. See? Stand ground. 2% of life per second. And then if we have Zealot's Oath, life recovery from regeneration. See? Zealot's Oath and Stand Ground. Wombo combo right there. Zealot's Oath and Stand Ground. That's kind of awkward. You have to have high life, high max life. I don't know. It's awkward. Don't buy it. Increased chance to inflict ailments. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing useful. Nothing useful for our self-ignite. You can increase the max ignite stacks in POE1, but not in POE2 as far as we know. So was there any ignite build in POE2? Sorry, POE1? Was there any viable ignite build there? If the limit was 1 stack, that makes it awkward. Many? Damn. %35% chance for trigger skill to refund half of the energy spent. That is interesting for spirit stuff. DD Ignite was like the strongest build in the game for a time. Very OP self-ignite. How did you, what was the benefit of having self-ignite? Why would you self-ignite? What was the benefit? At one point you could have 300 ignite stacks on one end. What? Who cares if you can have 300 ignite stacks though? If only one of them is dealing damage, why would you want to have 300 ignite stacks on a single enemy? Or did you get all 300 of them to deal damage somehow? Let's go, Rafael Chong. I'm thinking after today, I'm leaning towards Infernalist. It's not out yet. It's not out yet. This is only like maybe 20% populated as a function of what's been revealed so far in random YouTube videos. So you can see the yellow ones are populated. Everything red is not known. So there is no known skill tree yet. This is just everything that has been put together in various YouTube videos just so far. The scraps. We get the scraps. It was nerfed after that. Oh, okay. So it used to be 300 ignite stacks, and then they capped it at 1 ignite stacks or something. So after it was capped at 1 ignite stack, is there a viable build after that? %3 increased spell damage per 100% max mana. Increase max cost of skills, yes. For our madness. What am I playing first? I really want to make Infernalist Pyromantic Pact work. I feel like there's going to be some fun memes with Infernalist Pyromantic Pact. Go to Twitch. All right. Join the Twitch side. It was not, you could use Emberwake rings to increase the ignite stack, so you could have a max of 3 total. Was that enough? Was that enough to make builds viable? That's crazy. How did you guys notice that self-ignite works in this video here? That's so good. Self-ignite confirmed. And look at that damage. Why are there no damage numbers? What is that circle?
All damage from you and you.
I guess that's the damage that you do on yourself or something. No, not mage. Witch Infernalist. Witch Infernalist. Spamming spells probably, but still. It's not gonna be a minion Infernalist, okay? Forget minions. Although, I mean, leveling, we're gonna do some minions. You were thinking of Witch Blood Mage. The crit damage is very tempting. The main self-ignite thing nowadays is Fulcrum. What does that mean, Fulcrum? POE. Fulcrum. Enzomite stuff. Elemental ailments you inflict are reflected to you. Elemental damage with hits is lucky while you are shocked. Damage penetrates 10% elemental res while you're shield. Gain fizz damage is extra damage of around the line while you're ignited. That's not that much, is it? You just get a little bit of extra damage for a self-ignite. Cast on death with minions. BV, what is BV? I don't know what BV is. Blade Vortex. That's the spin to win stuff, right? So you're saying do Fulcrum spin to win or something? No. I don't think there's spin to win in POE2 just yet. I'm sure they're gonna add it, but Blade Vortex. I also played Blade Vortex on one of my first characters in POE, and I didn't get very far, to be honest. That was like 11, 12 years ago. Long time ago. Oh wait, that's not spin to win, that's something different. Never mind. Okay, that's something totally different. Have you seen the unique items on the POEDB side? Yeah, Cyclone, that's the one I was thinking. That's right. Maelstrom, okay. The unique items on the POEDB side? No. Unique items? Maybe? I think I might have. Sounds like something I would look up. Let's go check. Oh. Oh, okay, there's a decent number. Let's check them out. Apron of what now? What does that even mean? Bleeding inflicted is aggravated. What does aggravated mean? What is this keyword? So this is like a leveling thing. I don't really care about leveling items. Because it's like you either get it early on and it's phenomenal, or you don't get it early on and you don't care at all. So it means it does damage as though they are moving. So it's 200% more. Wow. Wow. Nice. That's much better, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so this one's no info. Bones of Ulr. Lattice sandals. Level 16 boots that give you a good amount of energy shield. That's a pretty good amount of energy shield. And life and max mana. And undead minions have 20% reduced. Okay, these are amazing, dude. Undead minions have 20% reduced reservations. That is insane. You know, by the way, guys, something else I want to note is you can have a massively different build for leveling versus mid game versus late game. Because respecking is so much cheaper, you could just go full minion early game. Like if minion is the way to go in the first 30 levels of the game, you could just go full minion, which is probably going to be on this side or something. Like these are energy shield and mana nodes. So these are probably like minion nodes or something. So you could go fully spec on minion, go YOLO all in on minion, and then level 30, maybe you unlock a skill or you unlock something special, you unlock your ascendancy or something, and then replay. First time playing, how is respecking? So respecking in POE2 takes gold, and it's going to be much more affordable, even early game, than POE1. You're expecting them to issue a lot of full tree respecs due to large changes in early access. There's that as well. But I'm talking even if you ignore that, even if we assume the game is final kind of thing, you already have a party of minions. Damn right. You guys, we should do another four-time Necromancer full minion. Get as many minions as you can on the screen playthrough, like we did on Last Epoch. You guys, that was a good time. You guys remember that? Last Epoch full minion YOLO play? That was legendary. Full campaign playthrough with like hundreds of minions on the screen. I'm sure in POE2 you're going to be able to do even more minions. Just takes gold. Yeah, that's right. Gold, that's it. And I've heard that gold is abundant, at least abundant enough to make respecking viable a lot earlier. In POE1, yes, it is a Herculean task. Yes, POE1 respecking is awful. And that's what they were trying to address, I think. So it doesn't require these silly little respec gems. Orb of Regret or whatever it's called. You don't need to have an Orb of Regret. You just need gold. And gold is much more abundant. Respecting, yes, Sleepless is right. If you want to respec during mid-campaign, you're just rerolling a new character. You're done. You don't have Orb of Regret. It's impossible. You get a few respec points here and there during the campaign for like completing quests, but it's just garbage. It's not enough. So anyways, POE2 respecking is a lot smoother. You still remember bringing your first character decades ago in POE? Good times. Of course! Happens to all of us. You think with POE2 they're pushing in the direction of hardcore? Can you explain that? Oh, I see what you mean. They're making respecking a lot easier, but they're making deaths a lot more frequent by like very high damage mobs and stuff. Yeah, that's probably correct. I think I've seen that as well. Literally every boss fight, you get two-shot by every single boss. But yeah, trust me, respecking is a lot easier. So that reminded me of when I read these boots, I was like, well, if I get these boots to drop and I'm playing Witch, and maybe I want to play a spellcasting Witch at the end of my journey, like towards end game. But early game, I mean, I don't know, man. Literally every skill I have is a skeleton skill. So I'm pretty sure the only thing I can do is play minions. I cannot play spell damage early on. Like there's nothing for me to do with spell damage. Contagion. Yeah, there's a bunch of garbage, but nothing else. These tiers, I think it's like at what point in your progression you get them. So I think I heard tier 13 is like level 50 or something. Necro D4 all over again. Bosses are harder and you can't quit the fight. So when you say if you die in maps, you lose the map, do you still get 6 portals though? Like you mean die 6 portals? 6 town portals? Or do you mean you get 1 life in the map? They're adding more penalties for dying. Plus, they're making stuff more fair and consistent. Hopium. Still not playing hardcore. Nobody's playing hardcore on EA launch, right? That sounds like madness. No 6 portals anymore? Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh. Okay. Well, they better make things more balanced then, because... Wait, Duang says there are 6 portals. Well, on the video they showed there were 6 portals. You can still have 6 portals as long as you don't die. Oh, I see. 6 portals you can TP out. Okay, so you can go back and forth, but by TPing back to base. You cannot go 6 times in, 6 times dying kind of thing. 5 times dying. There's 6 portals to sell stuff. Okay. That makes sense. TP or party portals. You know that makes party play an absolute nightmare. It makes party play so toxic because you're going to be dropping so many items on the ground and you have no ability to go back to base. Party, you can die. There's that though. That's a good point. But I mean, in terms of item management, you just can't go back to base. Party doesn't increase quantity anymore. Or maybe the guy that lives can finish the map. I think you can res each other, right? People trolling their friends. Is there a loot filter like last epoch? There will be a loot filter, but I don't think GG are developing it. I think it's going to be an add-on later on by some other people. Some fans of the game developing loot filters for us. So I don't think we'll get a loot filter day one, but there will be a loot filter later on. Most things are 100% quant per player. Like in POE1, yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yeah, sorry, we were going through the unique items. Okay, so this one is like an absolutely phenomenal boots for a summoner. Gain 5 rage when crit by an enemy. Oh. But it's such an early game item. Cloak of Flame, Fire Res, reduced ignite duration on you. So this is interesting. Ooh, 40% of fizz damage taken as fire damage. This is gonna be really good if you can get to that node early on, like the node that we talked about. This node that right here, unnatural resist or resilience. Yeah, this is gonna be insane with that, even early game. Currency is doubled with 2-player. Rings and amulets and belts too. Nice. So we're gonna have a 4-player, and we can actually have up to 6 players. So right now we have a 4-player party lined up for POE2 launch. Corpse Wade Iron Greaves. Trigger Decompose skill. Oh yeah, this is the one that makes them explode in like a poisony goop. Weapons and chests are not 100x'd. 2x rather. Only 30% more because every class needs other things on the slots. Every class needs other things on the slots? What do you mean with that? Oh, because okay, I see what you're saying. Because it's class specific. And wait, loot is shared, hey? Oh yeah, loot. There's no instanced loot. There's no player instanced loot, right? Like loot is shared across all the players, yeah? That's right. That's how PoE works. Man, PoE. PoE is so crazy. Okay, so we got these boots. Yeah, the decomposed nonsense. Yeah, these are kind of meh. Early game, whatever. Body armor, level 52. A lot of armor and energy shield, but the numbers are okay. Reduced max life? Reduced bleed duration on your life. Leech can overflow max life. Okay, so this is essentially the same. as that one keystone. No, it's not a keystone. It's a notable. Kind of dumb, isn't it? Since it's solo, you could still trade that 100 simply with your friends. But if you get a chaos per map, with 2-player you get 2 chaos per map. 2-player will get more loot playing separately and sharing versus grouping, or am I misunderstanding? I guess it depends if you can be more efficient together. And also, I feel like multiplayer is more fun in these kinds of games, you know? I feel like RPGs are more fun in multiplayer. Most of the time. So I hate it when they make it more efficient to be single player, but it is what it is. We'll see. It's unknown so far. We have to science it out. Okay, this is a unique spear. 15 level, 71 dex. Quite a bit more damage. Cause bleeding if that last movement skill you used was engage. 23% increased CDR on Brazilian skills. 10% MS while your offhand is empty. What do you mean your offhand is empty? I thought spears are two-handed. I thought spears are two-handed. Are spears one-handed? What? You juice your Atlas alone? And the good biomes in a group? Oh, okay. Extra curse ring is back. Oh, there it is. Dennis, check the timestamp on the Discord. The video from Snap? I'll have to check it out. Let's see here. Snap video, let's go. Oh, come on now. Go away, ads.
Very, very important aspect of endgame. Anyways, moving on from all that, we're going to talk about the juicing elements that we've seen so far in POE2. Now, there's a few things we know so far in that we have waystones and watchtowers. And now there's a few important things to glean off of the stuff that they've revealed so far. The first is going to be a short discussion on how watchtowers interact in ways that you can utilize them to their best effect. Here I just drew some quick stuff in Photoshop. Let's say all of the green circles here are watchtowers and all the red nodes are mapped. There is a specific way you want to path for juicing around these towers, and that is, of course, to just completely dodge any stuff in the middle that has the most overlaps and take a path around the outside that hits all of the watchtowers so that you can then go through the middle and clear all of them up after you have all of the watchtowers activated. This section in the middle is going to be where all of the mechanics are overlapping, and so you have a big incentive to not run all of those maps that are in the middle of a bunch of concentric circles so that you can get the most juice. Now, this is also useful in a party because you can have multiple people that are basically setting up your watchtowers at the same time concurrently, and when everybody in the group has a juicy watchtower rotation set up, you can run them all at once together in a party. This will give you very high uptime of juicy content in 6-man. There is some other stuff that we saw in terms of juicing. That is, of course, going to be delirium. You can anoint your waystones with these deli orbs or skulls or whatever, these distilled greeds, and these actually have a variety of effect. The first green one they put in had 18% delirium with 1 additional unique monster modifier, and this yellow one they're putting in gives you 10% deliriousness and 35% rarity. And these are functioning as anoints, and so there's going to be a lot of different colors of these, which means that there's probably rarity. A lot of different effects of these delirium orbs that you're applying. So this is definitely something to look out for. There is no opportunity cost for putting delirium on your map. You're not necessarily like choosing to put delirium on it. It's just something extra you put on top because you can just anoint your waystones with it. After you put delirium on, I think honestly it's so tough to say what's going to be the next best shoe-in mechanics. I think Breach looks powerful personally, but also Expedition could be something that you run if, you know, multiple people are getting currency, but historically in PoE that's never been the case, so I wouldn't count on it. Ritual also does seem to spawn a lot of monsters, but once again, typically only one person gets to shop, and so I would count on that being the same system in PoE2. That's kind of most of the stuff that I've seen that is kind of notable or potentially powerful going into the PoE2 early access that we've seen so far. Our current plans are to play basically one block/link link support that is mostly going to be defensive, but probably has some offensive utility as well. We're going to have a second setup character that is either going to be spawning gas clouds or applying elemental ailments, maybe some curses here or there. We don't really know the specifics of that yet, but we think that there's going to be a very powerful setup finisher dynamic that you can run in a party where one person is spawning a bunch of gas clouds or a bunch of pylons, and the other party members are like consuming or blowing it up. And then past that, we're just gonna be running 4 DPS because we don't really know enough about the game to be making, meaningful supports. So we're gonna make supports with the things that we do know, that we do think that'll be powerful, and the rest are just gonna be filled with DPS. Planning on probably going for mercenaries at the moment with cluster bombs. Cluster bomb to us is looking good, so that's basically what we're gonna start on, not knowing anything about the game or the passive tree. Anyways, I hope that helps some of you guys, collect some information that has been scattered all around the PoE.
There you go. Let me catch up what you guys are saying. The first path you make alone, and when every person has a good juiced up Venn diagram, you get together. I think that makes a ton of sense, yeah. You split up for the setup and then group for the juice rotation. Yeah, that's right. If someone in the party has a 3 hour per day more time, he prepares more maps. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Make map harder, but more loot. For the delirious, yeah. If 30% more is fair, considering you can share the juices. Yeah, I think we can definitely benefit from party play. I think we should go push for party play. And I think playing in a party and sharing items in a party insulates you a little bit from the stupid trading stuff. Because if you're playing alone, you're that much more forced to trade. Because you have to get rid of your trash and you have to acquire good items for yourself. Whereas with a party of 4 or 5 people, you can acquire some of the good items that you need. You can acquire some of the currency that you need from trading with your party members, right? So I think party is going to be a good time. In party play, if everyone goes off to prep their own atlas, then when they're ready, come together and juice content back to back. Yeah, exactly, Donovan. Exactly. Our schedules don't overlap completely. This is nice. Yep, agreed. Oh yeah, Snap is definitely one of the top tier, if not the best. One of the best for sure party players in PoE1. If you're planning on party play, sub to his YouTube. Yeah, I think I'm subbed already. How bad is trading in PoE2? They've made trading a little bit better. For example, currencies, you can insta-trade. I think it's more insta-trade now with currencies. I think that's doable. Can somebody confirm that? I think I saw that somewhere. Does the distance from the center matter in this atlas, guys? Is there any correlation with distance from the center? You can instant trade in PoE1 right now after the boat expansion. Yes, that's right. They added that to PoE1 as well. It's confirmed in review. Perfect. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Instant trade for currency only, though. You cannot trade items instantly, correct? Like, items are not instant trade, yeah? Good. Okay, thanks for confirming. No info on the correlation to distance from center. Only confirmed center maps. Certain maps won't show up too close. Okay. That's fun, man. I'm going to enjoy exploring that Atlas thing. It's going to be a fun time. That's the only gripe I have with team party play, is only one person gets to progress their Atlas. If you're playing in a party, only one person is progressing Atlas. So in terms of looking for a place to farm and just clearing easy maps, you're actually disincentivized to party. You actually want to split up. And then once you get to the juiced areas of the Atlas, yeah, sure, party up. But while you're exploring the Atlas, why would you party? It makes no sense. That's That's a little bit unfortunate. Where can we see the partial passage? I'll give you a link. Here's the partial passage. The progression is getting the waystones and ways to juice it. So in that sense, everyone is progressing. Maybe, but you get more progression if you split up. You get more progression for splitting up. So Dodra's Damning Ring, additional curse, mana per enemy killed. Oh, max all rise, that's not bad. Gamble Sprint, boots. Ah, these are kind of garbage. Early game boots. Felt Great Club, 200 mace. Fist damage, 31 to 44. 20% crit. Hey. Reduced attack speed, we don't care. We get free crit, man. And it's 200 mace. And it's 0 strength requirement, yo. We're going dual wielding these things. Can you imagine dual wielding this thing for... Wait. What happens with crit chance when you're dual wielding? How does crit chance work when dual wielding? Does it add up the numbers of the two weapons? Because certain skills hit with both weapons at the same time. How does that work? Depends on the skills. There may be some tricky verbiage on the skill. Average maybe, can't remember. Because in POE1, how did it work in POE1? No, POE1, it alternates between the two weapons, yeah? Different in POE2, so you don't know? Typically in POE1, it alternates weapons. Exactly, so it's different now. So yeah, it's irrelevant. How it works in POE1 is irrelevant. Can you imagine if it thumbs them up, dude? That would be mad. Now in POE2, we have stuff that we use percent of both. It's not just Earthquake. I think there's a lot of them. Oops. It doesn't specify, but yeah, I think a lot of skills use two weapons at once. In POE1, dual strike calculates crit separately, then adds damage. I see what you mean. So it's two separate damage instances added together. Okay, that could make sense. Yeah, adding up the crit would be too OP. It would be too overpowered. That would make more sense. Okay. Still cool though. I like it. I like how that works. Shabby Hood, a 100% increased mana regeneration rate? Excuse me? 50% reduced max mana. Oh, okay. Hey, this is it. This is the item. This is the item for our Pyromantic Pact setup. To reduce our max mana so low that every cast makes us explode. This is the item, guys. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Unfortunately, it's just so garbage. Everything else is such trash on it. We cannot transition it into endgame, unfortunately. If there was like an endgame version of this item, man, I would definitely consider it. Kitoko's Current. Gloves, level 26. Energy Shield, meh. Bit of Dex, reduced cast and attack speed. Lightning damage from hits also contributes to Electrocute buildup. What does electrocute do in POE1? There is no electrocute in POE1. Okay, it's a new thing. Seems to be lightning-based stun. Oh, it's a stun. Okay. So if you proc an electrocute, is that going to count as heavy stunned? You know how enemies can be heavy stunned? And to build on that question, is frozen enemy counting as a heavy stunned enemy? How does that work? Is it, if you're frozen, are you heavy stunned? Because you kind of stunned, you can't do anything. Come on. Life Sprig. 3 to all levels of spell skill gems. Wow. And cast speed and max mana. Regenerate 6 life over 1 second when you cast a spell. Alright. Alright. Assume not. Frozen action speed is 0. Okay. Stun and Frozen are probably different classes and don't count as each other. Okay, I think you're probably right. Still waiting to confirm if you can heavy stun regular mobs or just bosses. Sleepless, that is a good point. Because otherwise, what's the point of heavy stun? I think you can heavy stun regular mobs as well, though. Actually, no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We gotta test it out. Those are elements. Stuns are different. Good point. Both prevent mobs from moving or taking action. You would assume heavy stun is boss specific. AS. Oh, as stuns contribute towards heavy stun. By the way, guys, I have seen in the end game stuff that gives you like +5 to levels of whatever, let's say lightning skill gems. I've seen +5 to levels of skill gems on end game items. It goes pretty high compared to POE1. POE1 went to like +2 max. I don't think there was anything above +2 to skill gems in a single item. So POE2 is quite different from that perspective. Heavy stun works on all mobs because we have seen staggering palm work on normal mobs. Nice, good to hear. Is poisonous keywords / skills equal chaos damage? Yes. Yes, poisonous and poison is chaos damage, yes. Chaos damage over time. That I'm pretty sure. Looking at gas arrow wording and trying to find out the right tag. Merit of service. Pillage charge. So we have a shield here with a pretty nice block chance. Extra block level 8. This is an early game crappy little shield. 73% increase armor evasion, stun threshold. Allies in presence have block chance equal to yours. Ooh. If I get this early game, our whole team can be team blockers. Quill Rain. Short bow. This is the crazy attack speed one. That's kind of cool. Level 5 as well. Even increased arrow speed. Yeah, this is a nice one for early game. This is great for early game. Killing everything in sight. There's a body armor level 16. Grand skill. Level 13 blink. I wonder how good that is. Bit of stats and a good chunk of evasion rating. Hexer's Robe. The Black Doubt. 77 energy shield at level 0. Dot bypasses energy shield. Ouch. While not on full life, sacrifice 10% of mana per second to recover that much life. Okay. I guess this is an early game item because like everything else is pretty weak, but There's a shield that may actually block the self-ignite. Okay, let's keep reading. Quarterstaff adds a little bit of fizz damage, reflects 14 fizz damage to melee attackers, 18 strength, 20% chance to... Okay, whatever, just a crappy mace. Crystal Staff, +2. It's a level 20 Crystal Staff. +2 to level of all cold spell skill gems. And it's a staff? Staff and it's spells? I thought staves are now going to be melee weapons because of the monk. But I guess, yeah, you can use them for spells, I guess. 29 int, that's pretty high. 28 int is pretty good. Mana regen, enemies chilled by you have no elemental resistances. Oh, that's huge. That's huge for things like even your fire damage, you can even use it. Although, I guess it gives +2 to all cold spells, so you should probably be going cold. Level 1 Unleash skill. Quarter staves are for melee. This is not a quarter staff. There's a different kind of staff. There's what? This is news for me. More than one kind of staff. These are wands. %50 increased armor and evasion. Oh, these are just early game. What is iron reflexes again? Converts all evasion rate to armor. Okay, sure. Quarterstaff, wrapped quarterstaff, gothic quarterstaff. Okay, I see. That's news to me. Thank you. I'm learning. All right then. Interesting. The last flame, it's a relic. Where do relics go? Are these things the are relics the things that substituted potions? What are these things? Oh no, this is the thing that goes inside the sanctum stuff. Yeah, okay, you're right, sanctum. Yeah. Okay. So sanctum stuff. This item is destroyed when applied to a trial, cannot be used with trials below whatever. Maximum honor is 1. And then this guy drops an item that I presume is amazing. Temporalis. I'm gonna let Wheezy run all the sanctums. Especially if it says maximum honor is 1. I'm not touching that. I'm not approaching this sanctum with any character of mine. I'm guaranteed to die. Guaranteed to die. So we have another staff. Oh, okay. So yeah, these are staves that are not quarter staves. I see. So this is a fire damage, cast speed, chance to ignite. 100% increased effect of ignite. Hey, nice. Need to practice POE2 Sanctum to see if you can do it with no hit. Oh yeah, you have to test it out. You can't just run into it. Yo, there's a glove that gives you giant's blood. It's kind of sucky other than that. Hey, but if you don't want a path all the way there, like giant's blood is out of the way. Although, what would you want? I guess we have to see the unique two-handers to determine whether this is a good idea. Interesting though. Interesting that you can get giant's blood in a different way. In POE1, a no-hit run gets you original sin, one of the most powerful items in the game. Chaos Res, all elemental damage converted to chaos damage. Yeah, okay. And so this is the multiplicative conversion effects that you were talking about. And nearby enemies' chaos res is 0. Wow. You assume temporalis. Yeah, temporalis. Anything that makes you like giga hardcore run, honor is 1. Anything that does that, it has to be worth, right? Otherwise, why would you bother? Has to be highly effective. Okay, so we have another shield here. Bit of armor. Concentration can block damage from all hits. So this is what you were saying, that maybe it can block our own hits as well. Yeah, there you go. I think you're right. Can block damage from all hits. So we put this shield on. cannot use shield skills. Grant skill, raise shield. Cannot use shield skills. What a troll. What a troll shield. Wheezy, hear me out. Okay, Wheezy, you haven't... Did you hear the tech? Here's the tech. So it's like a multi-item tech, or multiple skill nodes and item tech. Watch. So block damage from all hits. So we go Witch, Pyromantic Pact, and we trigger this all the time. Okay, we trigger this fire damage on ourselves all the time. And because we have this, that fire damage is blockable all of a sudden. Because normally you cannot block damage that you cause yourself. But this should make it so we can block, I mean, theoretically. Maybe we can block our own damage, which then we can wombo combo with something like this. Recover energy shield equal to 1% of armor when you hit. Well, sorry, when you block. So we can trigger our own energy shield recovery and heal ourselves in a way by attacking ourselves. I don't know. Just brainstorming ways to make self-damage be a benefit rather than a cost. So maybe it's just a long shot that has to be scienced out, has to be tested out. Cast when damage taken build without the cast when. Well, there is damage taken on your energy shield, right? Like there's the this one, barrier invocation. When hit, gain 1 energy for every 5 energy shield lost to damage taken. So, you know, I think this should work if you damage yourself as well, right? So are you strength scaling now with strength in bases? It has to be strength in bases, yeah. Now, whether or not we strength scale, I'm not sure. What is the benefit of strength scaling? What do we gain from strength scaling? Does strength give us armor like in Last Epoch? I don't think so, right? Only Last Epoch strength gives us armor, right? You need it for good bases. Oh, I see what you're saying. You need it to equip the item. So I guess you need to scale strength and int. It's doable. Worth considering, worth testing out at least, whether or not we can make it work. We don't have any way to make corpses so far. If it works, GG, right? It's gonna be sweet. Could even make it... Well, I don't know about hardcore viable. Hardcore viable is not a thing that I'm gonna think about in the first month or two of the game. I'm not even good enough to be softcore viable yet. I don't know what stat breakpoints on gear are, or what stat ranges gear stat grants. Yeah, I agree. We have not much visibility on that. Crude bow. Astramentis amulet. Is that the one that gives percent attribute or something? Could be interesting. Yeah, I think so. 150 to 50 increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. Oh, you can make a quiver now? Oh yeah, there's a quiver in PoE, that's right. That's a funny bow. You seeing this? It's crazy. Glass shank. I mean, I don't think these daggers are going to be in the game when it releases, are they? No fizz damage, 5 to 10 cold damage. Freezes enemies. Okay, man. Sure, man, whatever. That sounds pretty trashy. But it's level 0 requirement, so. Wolfsbane. 40 to max life, 12 strength, stun threshold. Permanently intimidate enemies on block. What does intimidate do? Would need to see how much block you can get from the tree. Yeah, I agree. There are a few good block nodes around here. This one right here. So this one is a 12% block, and all of these around are like 5 or so. Maybe not all of them, but there are a few 5%ers around here. So right here, you should be able to get like 20% block. Something here is going to be block related. Oh, these are not flat. Oh, I always read them as flat. I thought these read as flat. Oh my god, dude. That's garbage. 12% increased chance to block. That's nothing, dude. That's a joke. I was like, yo, block. Maxing block is going to be so easy. 12% here, 12% there. Oh, I got my block maxed already. Glancing blow for sure, man. Yeah, I mean, glancing blow is not a big deal. We can. The only problem with glancing blow is just how far it is on the map, on the tree. So getting there is going to be a pain in the ass. Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. It blocks spells as well. Oh, I see. No, wait. No, it's not spells. Oh, I see what you're saying. In PoE 1, it only blocked attacks. But in PoE 2, it blocks spells and everything. Glancing blows is going to be OP at 50% damage taken. Another 12%. Dude. Okay, so we need to find flat block. This is crazy. 12% is still like 3% spell and attack block. Plus 3%. Given the right shield, yeah. Making damage consistent is the same as not taking it in PoE. But max block is 75% still, right? Max block is 75% still, right? What is the block recovery duration? How much do we need to block recover? Catalysis. Well, okay, so that changes my understanding of block quite a bit. Here I thought I got it. Here I thought I understood it. Here I thought I was going to max my block easy peasy. Increased damage per 1% chance to block. Meh. 0.5% of physical damage prevented from hits in the past. In the past 10 seconds. It's regenerated. Oh, prevented from hits. That could be good, I think. In the end game especially. When damage numbers get astronomical and our armor is going to be super high. I feel like I'm going to keep changing my mind on what class I'm going to play literally every day until the game is out. Detonate Dead is now 20% of corpse life as physical. There's no way this isn't busted unless it can't inflict ailments anymore or something. Imagine it inflicting bleeds. Warbringer is 25% Detonate Dead. That sounds like a lot, yeah. And it's also only 2-point investment. Donovan updated the sheet with the mana cost and special mechanics up to Ice Strike, where the previous entries were. Taking a break for the rest of the skills. I was looking for mana cost just to see what are the highest mana cost skills in the game. But like you were saying, it's a function of levels. So it's a little bit deceiving, but I still think it's going to be useful to see. It's up to you, man. A Wheezy, you think Titan is generically good? It's boring and straightforward. I kind of feel like that way as well. I'm not sure that there's going to be much to figure out about Titan. I feel like it's going to be very straightforward. I think Infernalist is going to have a lot of fun interactions to uncover. You might be right. I don't know, man. I can change my mind 100 times before release. I swear. The Corrupting Cry dream. What is Corrupting Cry? What is a Corrupting Cry? You think you do 2 builds, one to get going and be able to survive everything, and then do a fun build after you get your items? It's a Warcry support. Corrupting Cry, let's check it. Supported Warcries have less area of effect. Corrupted Blood. So supported Warcries causing them to inflict corrupted blood on enemies in their area of effect. Corrupted Blood is only 1 stack max, I assume. 10% of your strength as physical damage per second. Is that a lot? Is that a lot? That sounds like nothing. Corrupted Blood stacks in POE1. Okay. Well, if it stacks in POE... Because if it doesn't stack, this is garbage. The only problem is... What do you do against bosses? Because this seems pretty trashy against bosses. Rek is trying to recruit a Wheezy for hardcore. Have an excuse to do a new build. Wheezy, you're playing every Ascendancy before POE1 next season. You think you're gonna have time to play all the Ascendancies, bro? 12 of them? Yeah, I am on the same page. Never in a million years would I play hardcore in POE. POE2 without any knowledge. Especially there's just 100 different bosses that one-shot you, man. No thanks. No thanks, I'm good. There are people a lot better than you going into softcore to learn. Where is Ben playing? If Ben is playing softcore, then I guarantee you nobody else should be playing hardcore. When Ben switches to hardcore, then you can consider it. Ben said he's doing softcore first. I mean, that's like the logical thing to do. But in PoE, hardcore is more knowledge check than skill check. That's, well, yeah, knowledge check and memory check. Do you remember what this one little thing does? We'll see for 2. 2 is going to be the same, dude. There's 100 different bosses. 100 different bosses. All of them have like some crazy damage mechanic. I think once you get used to it, you just dodge the skills pretty easily, but still. Getting used to like 100 different bosses. There's so many different boss fights. Why do you think the devs are saying the campaign takes like 50 hours? The campaign takes 50 hours because there are so many boss fights, and each boss fight is 5 to 10 minutes because you're dodging all the time. They have tons of HP that you can't just DPS through. Practice softcore, race hardcore on full launch. The brave people can do it. Damn, I wish we had more knowledge, more info on some of these ascendancies, skill trees. I wish I knew more about the Infernalist skill tree, because all of them, like if I had more info on the ascendancies, I would be better equipped to choose my ascendancy. You forgot which one of the hardcore guys said it? Knowledge is skew in PoE? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's very true. They said if you want to do the hardcore race, you log into softcore first, because while people are dying over and over, you're learning. Yup. Because they're going to be learning, they're going to be dying and learning early game mechanics. Because, trust me, a lot of people are going to be dying early, mid game, and throughout the whole game. But you will get through it. You'll learn the various points that are dangerous. And yeah, be able to reset. Anyway, I'm not playing hardcore. I can guarantee you. For at least 6 months, I'm not going to be playing hardcore. Like, I don't even have the PoE1 knowledge. To be fair, I suck at boss fights too. So I have a very, very high chance of dying. And I also tend to gravitate towards a little bit of glass cannon builds. So it's all right. Tip for league starter. You change it a few hours before release anyway. So why decide now? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're going to decide on the day, on Friday, 30 minutes before the gates open. We're going to roll the dice. Maybe I'll get myself a 20-sided die. We'll write something on a spreadsheet and let the die decide. Let chaos decide. Let RNG decide. Put a bunch of fun builds on the spreadsheet and let RNGs decide. You did that as a challenge in hardcore? No. How far did you make it? How far did you make it? I get scepters, dude. Screw your scepters. I guess I get malice. Hey, discipline is for allies. That's not bad. Roll dice for which skills and which nodes? Hey. Early 90s? Like level 90? Bro, that's pretty good. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. That's pretty far in my book. Minions looking strong too. Lots of big numbers. You think so? I haven't looked at them. So let's say, so what is better, Skeletal Snipey or Skeletal Warrior? Because you get 4.5 Skeletal Warriors for every Skeletal Snipey. But the damage and attack speed, so it's 120% of 70%. So the damage of this thing is, let's say, 84% from range. What is the damage on this? Why don't they have the damage list? What is going on? How am I supposed to figure out the damage? Skeletal Arsonist. 20 to 35 damage. Yeah, these are so confusing, man. And also, what is their damage a function of? Is it a function of your weapon? Empowered zombies. Raised zombie. Yes, 100% more damage with hits and 25% more move speed. Take 30% less damage, but it's 20 seconds less. But we determined that getting power charges is going to be easy. So yeah, maybe that's the play. Get a lot of skeletal warriors. Get your power charges. Where is it? Pain offering? Where's the power charge thing? Profane ritual? Yeah, profane ritual. So get your profane ritual on your skeletal warriors and then get zombies out of that power charge. Yeah, I think I'm going to try that. If I'm leveling as a witch, it's going to be minions early game. I don't think you have any other option. Like spell damage. Like even if you are running spell damage, you should be getting some minions to supplement. Blah, blah, blah. Damaging enemies. The bone of corpses in the air ripped out. Reassembled into short-lived bone construct minions that fight for you. Limit 8 bone construct minions. 4 to 6 damage. Okay, whatever. Especially when they're auto... Yeah. Auto revive, they're just free damage things going. And it's passive damage too. That's the best thing. You can be dodging enemy boss attacks and still dealing out DPS. iMexo is currently playing Final Fantasy. He doesn't watch anything about PoE and he starts blind hardcore. That sounds insane to me. Probably starts hardcore because he doesn't know anything. How many deaths until you give up on that, though? Like, that sounds crazy. Judging from PoE1's history, there's something bound to be broken with minions in PoE2. We just need to figure it out. I like raised zombie for leveling, maybe. Because you can have a very steady supply of power charges. This is also decent chaos damage. Oh wait, this is... Oh, this makes uses a corpse. Where's the thing that impales our skeleton? Oh, this one. No. Where's the power charge if we impale a skeleton? Where'd it go? Bone offering. No? Power offering. Yes, power offering. Oh my god. It's like so late into the game, man. Exo is also like the second best PoE player behind Ben. A madman. A mad lad. He's a world first raider. They have 200 deaths on the boss they're playing. And best try was 75% boss. Oh, in Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy is a raiding game now? Final Fantasy is an MMO now? The MMO Final Fantasy. Okay, I don't play Final Fantasy at all, so I don't know. What is the tier aspect of the skills? I think tier is kind of correlated to what point of the game do you unlock it. So I think like tier 13, somebody was saying it's like level 50 or something. So I think, yeah, this is like at the beginning of the game. This is maybe Act 2 or something. I don't know. It's progression. I'm thinking Demon Mommy. Yeah, Pyromantic Pact, Infernalist. I'm thinking Infernalist, but I swear, man, I'm gonna be changing my mind every day until the game launches. We're probably gonna decide 30 minutes before launch. 30 minutes before 12 o'clock on Friday next week. By the way, guys, 1 week to go. 1 week to go. Let's go, 1 week. Almost there. I only have 4 more days to work until POE, okay? 4 more days of work until POE. And then it's gonna be a lot of POE. I have taken so many days of vacation this month coming up. After December 6th, it's like vacation, vacation, vacation. Work a day or two, vacation, vacation, vacation. Work a day or two. Spiridon? No link on Twitch. There's no links on Twitch. Can you drop it in Discord? You're praying they data mine the tree and ascendancies? I don't know, man. I can't decide if I want to see the tree ahead of time or not. I want the ascendancies data mined. I'll be honest with that. I need to see the ascendancies. These things, I need these data mined. These things I don't mind seeing ahead of time. Because it's a big committal. It's a massive committal. But I guess I would change my mind depending on like the unique items as well, depending on the passage. Okay, never mind. I convinced myself I don't want to see anything. I don't want to see the whole thing spoiled. I don't mind making a YOLO all-in decision day one. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. If it turns out that we selected the weakest class in the game, it's okay. We'll try something different. It'll be fine. It'll be all good. Hey, no worries, Spiridon. What was the link? What are you trying to link to? So Dennis, you're telling me these guys are playing against the same boss for like hours in a row now, and they have not gotten it past 75%. Yeah. Sounds like they need to change their strategy and stop Leroy Jenkins in there. Go get some upgrades or something. Get some new items. Get some new chest armor or something. The tool lets you experiment and plan your POE2 skill build ahead of the game's release. Is it this thing? Is it this one? POE2 skills thing? This one, okay. Did I play Torchlight Infinite? No, I did not play that one. I don't know. It looked a little bit too cartoony for me. I don't know why. I liked Torchlight 1 and 2. I enjoyed those. Although they were a little bit single skill focused too much. You were just spamming a single skill for like 20 hours straight. But still I enjoyed them decently. But Torchlight Infinite, I don't know. It seemed like it was made for a phone. Yeah, it looked like it was made for a phone game. Looks aside, it plays like POE1 Lite, which ports on mobile and desktop. Okay, that's why it looked like it's a phone game. Because it ports on mobile, I see. Yeah, fair enough. Dennis tried it. After the story, you saw you need to buy the Ascendancy that are good, and everything free was bad. Oh, you needed to pay. It was pay to win in a way. Pay to win or play incredibly long amounts of time to unlock the stuff that you want. It's been out for a while. It's better now. How heavy is the pay to win? Long amount. Okay. Okay. There is pay. Oh, yeah. If there's pay to win, I can't do it. I just cannot. I can't take it. Can't take the pay to win. I swear, when there's phone, whenever something gets released on a phone, it's like a pay to win invitation right there. It's always pay to win on phones. A lot of classes are viable. Not really. You can get away with many, just with a battle pass now. Sounds alright. I'm just so glad POE2 doesn't have pay to win. I trust in GGG that they're not going to do pay to win nonsense. All right. Anything we should do, guys? Anything else we should try tonight? I think it's getting late. It's probably time to call it a night soon. Luckily, I managed to change my mind about 15 times today about which class I'm going to play. Only a few more streams in which I'm going to change my mind, another 10 to 15 times. And we're going to roll the dice next Friday. One more week. Let's go. And who knows what we're going to get over the next 1 week. There probably is going to be a few more leaks here and there. But I have to say, I'm very happy with GGG and the amount of the information that they've managed to keep under wraps. Because there's so many people that have intel on the game. Pretty impressive. Pretty damn impressive. Even the leaks are approved by them. Yes, that makes sense. Because a lot of these content creators don't want to burn the bridges with GGG. They don't want to be, burning bridges for one stupid video. You only need to buy $60 for stashes after the free tutorial test phase. Yeah, it's true. Stash tabs are mandatory. You made a curry paste for 2 weeks. I'm also planning ahead. I'm started working with my wife. It's like, all right, let's plan ahead. Let's figure out what are the meals they're going to be doing. Do you need me to buy some pizza ahead of time? Do you need me to prep some stuff? Because the partner, you got to make sure they're ready for this. POE2 is an experience. Gonna have to talk to my kids too. I'm gonna make kids. Daddy's gonna be missing for a few days. I'm sorry. I'm gonna disappear in my office. I'm gonna be doing very hard work. Yeah. Nah, it's only gonna be like the Friday and the Saturday I'm gonna disappear. I think Friday and Saturday I'm gonna disappear, and then Sunday I'm gonna go back to some family duties. That's my plan right now. And even Saturday, I'm gonna take it a little bit easier. I can't just do all out. Only need rice in the rice maker. Dennis is ready, dude. Dennis is ready. All right. Hobbies are important for mental health. Damn right. Gotta take care of that mental health, folks. Yes. This is not a hobby. This is my psychiatrist and my physiotherapist. Everything in one. Gaming is everything in one. Also, how I keep my mind fresh. Because when you're thinking about what is the optimal build, like 20 hours straight, you're just trying to min-max and optimize. You're going to be really sharp, man. You're going to be fresh. You go into work, and everything at work is like easy peasy. Can you imagine? You're dealing with this massively complex skill tree. Your work all of a sudden seems like, easy compared to this. You need a PhD just to be able to interpret any of this stuff. All right. Give me a recommendation for raid, guys. Who do we raid? Who do we raid tonight? Any raid recommendations? Somebody that's under 1,000 views, okay? Somebody, not somebody with like a bajillion views. Ben has like 3,000 views. Come on, somebody under 500 preferably. We don't want to be raiding like massive channels because we get drowned in there. Somebody chill. Ziggity. Let's Baylor Mage Ziggity. Okay, Baylor Mage. I see 2 votes on Baylor Mage. Let's do it. Let's raid him. I think I've raided him in the past as well. He's chill. He's a chill dude. Let's do it. You guys are the best, as always. Get hyped. 1 more week to go. We're almost there, guys. Just make sure you don't pick a class until 7 days from now. Pick your class just before you click that login button. All right. Love you guys. Take it easy. Have a good night and go chiso. Sama deshita.